Chosen one, you've been watched, you've been judged, and for far too long, they built a story around you, a story meant to humiliate, to break you. But what they didn't know, what they couldn't have possibly predicted, is that the truth doesn't stay buried forever. And now, that truth is coming for them. They thought they had you figured out, didn't they? For years, they framed you, twisted the narrative, and painted you as the villain. They made you the chaos, while they dressed themselves up as saints. It was a lie so convincing that even the world believed it. But here's the thing, truth is not patient. It waits for the perfect moment to reveal itself, and that moment is now. What you're about to hear isn't just about vindication, it's a revelation. The same people who once turned their backs on you, laughed at your downfall, and cheered for your destruction. They're now choking on the very lies they told. And you never had to fight back. Time did it for you. Now they're scrambling, distancing themselves from the very people who framed you, and all that's left is their disgust, not because of the truth, but because the truth exposed them. You, chosen one, have been part of something far bigger than you realized. Your story was always meant to be more than just a narrative. They tried to break you, but you've turned their plan into something miraculous. And the best part? You didn't even have to prove anything. The truth spoke for itself, and now the world sees who you really are. So, I need you to do something. If this message is resonating with your spirit and you feel that fire stirring inside you, drop a comment below with 777. Let the world know that you've been through this and you're still standing stronger than ever. If you believe in divine justice, hit that like button, subscribe, and keep spreading this energy, because what's coming for you next is far beyond anything they ever expected. Are you ready to see how this truth has been unfolding for you all along? Because this isn't just a story of revenge, it's a story of divine revelation. Let's dive into it. God's chosen ones, you won't believe the truth. They framed you, and now they're disgusted. You, God's chosen ones, have experienced something that many cannot fathom: the weight of betrayal. The truth is, you were not just the victim of false accusations. You were used as a stepping stone in someone else's ego-driven plot. Their reputation was built on your ruin, and they crafted their story with precision so well that even the sharpest eyes were fooled. The lies they told about you were not completely fabricated. No, instead, they were built using fragments of your real self, pieces of your quiet strength, your consistency, your goodness, which they twisted and distorted to create a narrative that painted them as noble and you as unstable. But here's the truth: a lie built on real fragments always crumbles in the end. The truth will set you free. John 8:32. These words echo through the generations, reminding us that truth always finds its way to the surface, no matter how well it is hidden. They constructed a false narrative, not just to expose you, but to elevate themselves by standing on your name. They knew that people crave stories, not facts. They love drama, entertainment, and the illusion of truth. And so they gave them a story, feeding the crowd a narrative wrapped in whispers and concerns that made them seem perfect, while you were made to look like a villain. But have you ever wondered why they chose you to frame God's chosen ones? Why were you the one they needed to drag through the mud? The answer lies in the fact that your light was too bright for them to ignore. They couldn't compete with your authenticity, so they resorted to lies to take you down. The more they smeared your name, the cleaner theirs appeared. But God's chosen ones, this was never about justice. It was about their desperate need for attention, their need to have people admire them while they stood on your back. Your silence became their microphone, amplifying their voices while they smeared your name. But silence, God's chosen ones, is not weakness, it is patience, it is strength. Have you ever stopped to reflect on the power of your silence? What does it mean for you, God's chosen ones, to remain silent in the face of all this chaos and manipulation? You see, patience is more than just a waiting game. It is a weapon, a shield. The Bible tells us that patience bears fruit. The Lord is not slow in keeping his promise, as some understand slowness. Instead, he is patient with you, not wanting anyone to perish, but everyone to come to repentance. 2 Peter 3-9. Your patience, though misunderstood, has served you well. While they performed, lied, and manipulated, you stood firm in your truth, and your integrity aged like fine wine, growing stronger as time passed. Now, the truth has unraveled, and the empire of lies they built is collapsing, crumbling under the weight of its own deceit. What does it mean for you, as someone who has been tested by these lies, to finally see the truth emerge? As you witness the collapse of the false empire they created, how does it feel to know that you remained unbroken through it all? Imagine the moment when the same people who clapped for your destruction are now unable to meet your eyes. Their applause has turned to nausea, not because of the lies themselves, but because they are faced with the uncomfortable truth. They were part of the audience that enjoyed your pain. They cheered for cruelty, never realizing that the light they craved, the very light they secretly wished to have, was actually yours all along. You were never just a victim. You were the one they used to inflate their egos, to steal credibility and borrow your light, while pretending to warn others about you. You will know them by their fruits. Matthew 7:16. The fruits of their actions were bitter, steeped in deceit, while the fruits of your patience, humility, and strength are now ripe for the world to witness. They built their glory on your grief, but God's chosen ones, that light they borrowed from your integrity, has now burned down their stage. They are left in the dark, unable to hide from the truth that you have remained unbroken through it all. Your light, which they tried to dim, has only grown stronger, and now it is shining brighter than ever. You were always rich in what truly matters spiritually, emotionally, and energetically. And now, the external world is finally catching up to your internal balance sheet. The world's current crisis of meaning is your moment. This is not revenge, it's a revelation. You, God's chosen ones, are about to see the rewards of your quiet strength, rewards that were always meant for you but had to wait for the right time. You were the wealthy one all along. Now the world will see that your presence, your peace, your integrity, that is the true wealth. And it's your time to step into the abundance that you've always carried. Stand tall. You don't need to prove your worth anymore. You've already proven it in ways that matter. Just exist and watch the universe translate your value into visible form. The rewards you've earned will come, not because of your noise, but because of your authenticity, your truth, and your unshakable spirit. God's chosen ones, you were never the villain in this story. The frame they built around you wasn't just an accusation, it was a confession in disguise. They didn't accuse you because they had solid evidence. They accused you because they were drowning in guilt. The narrative they crafted about you was not a story about your behavior. It was a reflection of their own dark actions turned upside down. In their minds, by projecting their corruption onto you, they could somehow shield themselves from the glaring stains of their own souls. But here's the irony. The very story they told about you became the key to unlocking their own hypocrisy. It wasn't just about destroying your reputation. It was about them trying to launder their own conscience. They were able to stand tall in their own narrative, wearing the mask of the hero, all the while pretending that you were the villain. They accused you of everything they were guilty of, using your goodness as a scapegoat for their own darkness. In reality, what they called your pride was nothing more than their own arrogance projected onto you. What they accused you of manipulating was actually them pulling the strings all along. They labeled you selfish because you finally stopped catering to their insatiable egos. For with the measure you use, it will be measured to you. Luke 6:38. The way they tried to label you with their accusations, God's chosen ones, was the very way they would ultimately be measured. Every insult they hurled at you was a confession wrapped in projection, revealing not your faults, but their own. The world may have looked at your silence, your patience, your consistency, and interpreted it as weakness. But energy doesn't lie, and the vibration of deceit is always bound to collapse under the weight of its own contradiction. And that is exactly what is happening now. When someone frames you, it's not just slander, it's a revelation of their true nature. They expose the exact traits they are trying to hide, and in the process, they are telling the world who they truly are. And now, God's chosen ones, the exposure is hitting hard. People are starting to connect the dots. Those details they used against you, they were too specific to be random. They weren't describing you, they were describing themselves all along. Have you ever reflected on how truth has a way of finding its way to the surface, even when it's buried deep beneath layers of lies and deception? God's chosen ones, the lies that were meant to bury you, have become undeniable proof of their own guilt. The truth isn't just clearing your name, it's exposing their inner darkness. You never needed to defend yourself, because the lies they spun around you came with timestamps. Time, in its natural way, is the courtroom that never loses a case. Think about how the passage of time has brought you closer to this moment. Every month that passed only made their hypocrisy clearer, and now it's undeniable. The accusations they leveled at you were nothing more than their own public confession. They didn't realize it, but they had already exposed themselves by projecting their darkness onto you. What they intended as a weapon to destroy you has become the mirror that reflects their own corruption back at them. Can you feel how the weight of their lies is now pressing down on them, God's chosen ones? Their sudden disgust with you isn't just about their moral failings, it's personal. They are disgusted not only by the truth of what they did to you, but because they can no longer ignore their own betrayal. They used you as a smokescreen, hoping no one would see the darkness that lurked inside them. But now, as the truth comes to light, they are confronted by the very image they tried to destroy. And now, God's chosen ones, the truth stands clear. You are not the villain in this story. They are. They have framed you, used your name as a stepping stone to elevate themselves, but in doing so, they've built their own prison. The universe has a way of handling hypocrisy with surgical precision, and now that the truth has surfaced, those who once plotted against you are left to confront the consequences of their own actions. Have you ever felt that moment of revelation when everything falls into place, and you realize that the very narrative they tried to weave against you was the one that ultimately revealed their true nature? This is your moment, God's chosen ones. The universe is showing the world who they really are. You don't need to retaliate or prove anything anymore. The truth, like a light, is exposing their darkness, and all you need to do is stand tall, unwavering, knowing that your integrity and patience have already won the battle. The frame they built around you has now become the mirror of their own deception, and the world will see it. They tried to destroy you with lies, but in the end, their own hypocrisy is the thing that will bring them down. And you, God's chosen ones, will remain unbroken, stronger than ever, with your integrity intact and your light shining brighter than ever before. God's chosen ones, it's time to fully understand the depths of the manipulation that has been carried out against you. The lies they spread about you were never about you at all. They needed you to be the villain, because it was the only way they could sleep at night. They knew the truth about their actions would have been too overwhelming to face, so instead, they transferred their guilt onto you. The envy, the insecurity, the jealousy, and the shame they carried those heavy burdens they couldn't bear them. So they wrapped those feelings up in a narrative about you, casting you in the role of the one at fault, the one to blame. It was easier for them to live with themselves when they could convince themselves they were the victims of your supposed chaos, rather than admit they were the ones who created the conflict in the first place. For the truth will set you free. John 8:32. This ancient wisdom is not just a spiritual saying, it's a deep truth that applies to all human hearts. The truth you were carrying was too pure for them to handle. So they turned your purity, your goodness, into their scapegoat. You became the vessel in which they could empty their guilt. Your reputation was never the problem, it was their conscience. They needed to believe that you were the one who was difficult, the one who was problematic, the one who was out of control. They didn't destroy your name for revenge. No, it was about their relief. They needed to blame someone for their discomfort. Your name became the pillow on which they rested their guilt. But God's chosen ones, the mind has a funny way of defending itself when it doesn't want to face the truth. When people know they've wronged someone pure and innocent, their survival instinct kicks in. They rewrite history. They manipulate their own memory, convincing themselves that you were the one who changed, that you were the one who became difficult. They repeat these lies over and over, and in time, those lies become the lullaby that lulls them into a false sense of peace. This is survival, not logic. They convince themselves that they were victims, all the while trying to bury the truth that they wronged you. Do you see, God's chosen ones, how their lies served them as a shield against their own conscience? Your silence, your refusal to retaliate, became the place where they hid their darkness. You were the scapegoat, and they were able to keep their false narrative alive for a time. But truth doesn't stay buried forever. The cracks in their story began to show, and it became impossible for them to keep up the act. The details they used to accuse you of began to contradict who you truly are. People started noticing that the so-called villain was the only one who never spoke badly of anyone, that the so-called troublemaker was the one who still walked with peace in their heart. Here's where the shift happens. The comfort they once found in their lies turned into restlessness. The very lies that once helped them sleep are now the ones keeping them awake at night. God's chosen ones, the truth, has now started to break through the facade they carefully constructed. The weight of their false narrative is crushing them because they are being forced to face what they've avoided for so long. They wronged someone who never deserved it. The disgust people feel towards them is not just about their lies, it's about the shame they feel within themselves for believing those lies. Have you ever felt the weight of someone else's lies pressed against you? Have you ever wondered how the truth has its own power to make things clear, even when it's been buried for so long? It's easy to see that when someone tries to frame you or twist the story, they're doing so because they cannot bear the truth. And now, the truth is coming to light, and those who used you to hide their own guilt will have to confront it. Your name was never the problem. It was their need to cover up their own sins by shifting blame to you. Your integrity was the light they couldn't stand. Your goodness was the mirror they tried to break. What does it say about them, God's chosen ones, when the lies they told about you have now become the tools of their own undoing? When their false accusations now come back to haunt them, what does it mean for you, the one they tried to bring down? The irony is brutal. The very story they used to comfort themselves has now become the reason they cannot sleep. Their own hypocrisy is rising to the surface, and they cannot escape the mirror they have created. The frame they built around you has now become a mirror, reflecting not your failings, but their own darkness. In the end, God's chosen ones, their false accusations were not about you. They were about their inability to confront their own darkness. Their lies became the very thing that trapped them. And you, the one they tried to destroy, remain unbroken, steadfast, and now you are the one who stands victorious as the truth is revealed. Have you ever felt the moment when the weight of a lie finally collapses under its own contradictions? When the truth begins to rise, and those who lied are forced to face what they have done? This is your moment, God's chosen ones. The light of truth is shining brightly now, and nothing can stop it. God's chosen ones, what you've endured was never a random series of events. It wasn't just a series of unfortunate events that life threw at you. No, this was a divine setup, designed not to harm you, but to expose the true nature of those around you. When everything seemed to crumble around you, God allowed this test to unfold, to show you the real character of those who claimed to be close to you. When the lights went out, the truth of their hearts was revealed in ways that couldn't be hidden. It's easy for people to act righteous when life is calm, but crisis is the ultimate revelation. Have you ever noticed how, when things fall apart, the real intentions of those around you come to light? In the calm, People wear the mask of morality, but when crisis comes, the mask falls, and the truth about their hearts is exposed. What they did to you wasn't random, it was their response to pressure that revealed their true character. When you were framed, God's divine plan was to expose every hidden agenda that was concealed beneath the surface. For there is nothing hidden that will not be disclosed, and nothing concealed that will not be known or brought out into the open. Luke 8:17. This is a truth that we often forget until it happens to us. The truth, God's chosen ones, is that crisis reveals character. Some people rejoiced at your downfall, others stayed silent, and a few pretended to care while secretly celebrating your pain. But what they didn't realize was that they were not passing judgment on you, they were revealing their own souls. The test wasn't about you, God's chosen ones, it was about the condition of their souls. What you went through wasn't a punishment from God, it was a divine separation, a separation between the true and the fake. God allowed this to cut away the pretenders who were never truly there for you. The betrayal wasn't designed to destroy you, it was meant to show you who was there for truth and who was there for their own agenda. Every lie that was told about you became an X-ray of their spirits, and the truth was so clear that there was no escaping it. Think about this. God's chosen ones, when people eagerly believed the worst about you, they didn't just betray you, they exposed the emptiness in their own hearts. When people watched you struggle without defending you, they revealed that their own comfort mattered more to them than standing by what was right. And those who betrayed you outright, they simply couldn't stand the reflection of your integrity because it forced them to confront their own darkness. Your suffering, God's chosen ones, became the mirror that reflected their cowardice, jealousy, and spiritual laziness. Have you ever thought that your struggle wasn't just for you, but was a divine lesson for them? Every moment of pain, every trial you faced, revealed their weakness and exposed the depths of their self-interest. And that's why it feels uncomfortable now. It's not you they're disgusted with, it's themselves. Have you ever witnessed how uncomfortable people get when the truth of their betrayal comes to light? It's not because they've wronged you, it's because they can no longer hide the truth of their actions. What disgusts them is not just their betrayal of you, but the reality that they were forced to see themselves for what they truly are. They were watching your trial, but in the end, they were inside theirs. They weren't just accusing you, they were defining themselves in the process. The truth will always come out. And now, as the truth surfaces, they realize that the very thing they thought would destroy you has become divine documentation. Every reaction, every silence, every betrayal is being recorded, not just by the world, but by heaven itself. You, God's chosen ones, were the test, the experiment that revealed who they really were. Their reactions to your suffering became their testimony. God's chosen ones, this is the moment when everything changes. The exposure isn't just about you, it's about them finally being forced to see who they truly are. The lies they told were a reflection of their own hypocrisy. And as their empire of deception collapses, you are left standing, unshaken, unbroken, and stronger than ever. The irony here is stunning. What was meant to destroy you, what was supposed to break your spirit, has become the key to revealing their truth. Your integrity, your resilience, has shined brighter than the lies that were meant to hide you. You were never broken, they were only shattering their own illusions. And now, as the world watches the truth unfold, it's clear, they were never really after you. They were after the comfort of their own deception. And now that deception has fallen apart, leaving them with nothing but the ugliness of their own actions. God's chosen ones, stand tall. This is your moment. You didn't need to defend yourself. The truth has already done that for you. The exposure of their lies is not your punishment, it's their reckoning. Your integrity, your faith, your patience has become the light that exposes their darkness. The stage is yours now, and the world will see the true cost of hypocrisy. God's chosen ones. What you went through wasn't just a test of character, it was a divine test of frequencies. The framing of your name, the lies that were spun, was never simply about who believed the falsehoods. It was about who their spirit naturally aligned with when truth was hidden. Heaven doesn't always test people with blessings. Sometimes God tests us with rumors. And in that moment when your name was dragged through the mud, heaven revealed the spiritual alignment of everyone around you. This moment wasn't just a scandal, it was a divine separation disguised as gossip. God wanted to see who would rely on their discernment and stand by truth, even when the crowd was shouting lies. Have you ever felt that God's chosen ones? The crowd roars with accusation, yet something deep inside tells you that truth is not what's being shouted. In that moment, when your name was being distorted and dragged, it was the sorting ground for souls. Those who stood by your side, quietly trusting the truth, were the ones who carried the light. Those who turned their backs, joining the chorus of gossip, were the ones who fed on decay. You will know them by their fruits. Matthew 7:16. In this context, their response to the lies about you became the revelation of their hearts. The frequency test wasn't about the words that left their mouths, but about the vibration of their spirits. Every soul vibrates at a frequency. Truth has a frequency, and so does deception. When the false story about you spread, people's reactions revealed exactly which wavelength they were tuned to. Think about this: God's chosen ones. Those who instantly believed the worst about you weren't neutral. Their spirit resonated with gossip, jealousy, and low vibration, and they couldn't recognize the truth because their own energy had no compatibility with it. It's like trying to tune a radio to a frequency it simply can't reach. Truth and lies vibrate at different frequencies, and when your name was dragged through the mud, those whose spirits were tuned to lower frequencies couldn't hear the truth. Instead, they were attuned to the noise of drama, to the sound of falsehoods that filled the air around you. On the other hand, those who stood by you, quietly faithful even without evidence, were carrying a higher frequency. Their loyalty was not emotional, it was spiritual. They didn't need proof to know your truth, because they could discern the purity in your soul, the clarity in your character, and the light that radiated from your being. Their faith wasn't dependent on circumstances or public opinion. It was grounded in the spiritual realm. This test of frequencies was the divine sorting mechanism, a spiritual audit that no one saw coming. For the wisdom of this world is foolishness in God's sight. 1 Corinthians 3:19. You see, God allowed this narrative to play out, not to humiliate you, but to expose the spiritual alignment of those around you. It wasn't about proving your worth. It was about proving who could stand in truth when deception became popular. Those who discerned beyond the noise, beyond the drama, and stood by the truth were the ones who carried light. And those who didn't, who got swept up in the tide of lies, were revealed to be merely religious in public, but spiritually shallow in private. People love to talk about faith when it's easy, when it's convenient. But faith is tested when truth requires us to see through deception. When your name was being torn apart, that was the exact moment when their vibrations spoke louder than their mouths ever could. The vibration of truth always resonates with those who carry the gift of discernment, even when the world is blind to it. Now, the truth has surfaced. But exposure isn't just about clearing your name, it's about classification. God's chosen ones. The truth is now sorting the wheat from the chaff. Those who stood with you are the ones who carry discernment, and those who stood with the lies are the ones who carry decay. It's not that the ones who abandoned you betrayed you. Their spirits simply couldn't recognize your purity. Their vibrations were too low to perceive the innocence of your heart. They didn't defend you because their frequency couldn't resonate with your higher purpose. The frame that was meant to entrap you has now stripped away appearances, leaving only the energy as evidence. And now, God's chosen ones, those who once seemed powerful, are revealed as hollow, their spiritual poverty laid bare for all to see. Meanwhile, you, who stood firm, unshaken, and true, shine effortlessly, like the morning sun rising over the dark horizon. bringing light and clarity to everything in its path. This final test of frequencies wasn't about proving your worth to the world. It was about showing who could still stand in truth when deception and false narratives surrounded them. And now, as the final chapter unfolds, it's clear that you were never the villain. You were simply the test, the divine experiment that revealed the true character of everyone around you. And you will know the truth, and the truth will set you free. John 8:32. The truth has set you free, and in doing so, it has liberated those who stood by you from the illusion of false loyalty. And now, those who chose to embrace the lie will have to face the consequences of their actions. You were never broken, God's chosen ones. Your strength, your truth, your spiritual frequency was always higher than their noise. You were the divine calibration in a world lost to deception, and now the world will see the clarity of your integrity. God's chosen ones, you have walked through a fire that was not of your making. You were placed in a position where the world and those around you expected you to react. The framing of your character, the lies spun about you, were designed to provoke a response. They anticipated you would explode, defending yourself so frantically that the very words you spoke would be twisted into more lies. They wanted you to fall into their trap, to give them ammunition that they could use to further malign your name. But God's chosen ones, you did not fall for it. You did not react. You stood your ground, and that, in itself, became the testimony of your character. What they mistook for weakness was, in fact, your spiritual restraint. You did not stay silent because you feared confrontation, but because you understood something profound. Truth doesn't need to shout. It simply needs to last. Isn't that the essence of God's plan for you, God's chosen ones? The world expects you to react in anger, to defend yourself as the world would. But the truth is, endurance speaks louder than defense. People who lie, people who twist the truth, do so because they are addicted to chaos, to validation, to the constant need for attention and defense. And in your silence, in your ability to stay calm, you exposed the truth about them. You were not participating in their game, for your spirit was never wired for dirt. Instead, you became the living contradiction to their lies. You see, God's chosen ones, every insult you did not respond to, every accusation you did not fight against, became spiritual evidence that you were not of the same material as those who accused you. Their words, their lies, their cruelty could never shake you, for your strength was not born from the world's methods of retaliation. It came from a deeper, divine source. Blessed are the meek, for they shall inherit the earth. Matthew 5:5. In that silence, God's chosen ones, you were the embodiment of spiritual meekness, the divine strength that lies in restraint. While they played their part in crafting false narratives, heaven was watching. Heaven was taking note of every moment you chose, peace over retaliation, of every instance when you stood firm, not out of pride, but out of divine grace. That is where the true battle was won, in that space between your thoughts and your actions. You didn't need to defend yourself, because your endurance, the patience you displayed, was the defense. Your endurance became your divine signature of innocence. And it is ironic, isn't it, how those who mocked you for your silence, calling you cold, distant, or arrogant, are now the ones who cannot bear the weight of their own lies. Your endurance has become your divine signature, a mark of innocence that no lie, no accusation, no false narrative can remove. For the Lord sees not as man sees. Man looks on the outward appearance, but the Lord looks on the heart. 1 Samuel 16:7. In this moment, God looked on your heart, and he saw what no one else could. He saw that you had the strength to remain steadfast, to withstand not just the chaos of the world, but the discomfort of being misunderstood. Your endurance through hardship was not a sign of coldness, but a sign of deep spiritual maturity, one that the world cannot comprehend, but that God, in his wisdom, uses for his glory. You were not merely surviving the frame that was placed around you, God's chosen ones. You outlasted it. You overcame it, not by fighting in the way the world fights, but by standing firm in your truth. It was not your argument that spoke the loudest, it was your endurance. In the face of accusation, you did not need to defend yourself. Your character stood as your defense, speaking louder than words ever could. It proved who you were when you were stripped of validation, when everyone turned their backs on you, and when you had nothing but your integrity to stand on. That is when true character is born. True character is not proven in the defense of one's name, but in the endurance of hardship with grace. You didn't just survive the frame, you outlasted it, proving that integrity is the highest currency in a world filled with deception. Your endurance became a supernatural gift that is now being recognized, not because you fought back, but because you rose above the lies. For God is not the author of confusion, but of peace. 1 Corinthians 14:33. In the midst of their chaos, you brought peace. In their deceit, you brought clarity. You didn't need to argue. You didn't need to prove anything. You simply stood. And as you did, your divine strength became visible for all to see. Now, God's chosen ones, as truth continues to unfold, it's clear. Endurance, not defense, has proven your innocence. The world will see it. And they will have no choice but to acknowledge the strength, the divine mark of purity you carry. Let the world see what they did not understand. For you stand in the light now, and their lies can no longer overshadow the truth of who you are. Your divine endurance will be your victory. You are a testimony of the strength that lies not in the loudest arguments, but in the deepest endurance. Stand tall, God's chosen ones, for the truth has already won. God's chosen ones, you have seen it all, haven't you? You have witnessed firsthand how their lies, spun with carefully crafted words, have aged like radioactive truth. These lies, designed to bury you and tarnish your name, never stayed still. They mutated, decayed, and eventually leaked through every effort made to contain them. What began as whispers, half-truths, and subtle accusations has now transformed into something that cannot be managed or cleaned up. You see, their plan was never just about keeping their deceit hidden. They thought they could bury it under charm, distractions, and repetition. But time, the ultimate truth-teller, has its own way of exposing what's been concealed. And with every passing day, the false words they spoke started to break down, unraveling like poison leaking into their own credibility. You didn't need to fight back. Time itself has been your ally, unveiling the truth that they tried so hard to suppress. This situation is not new to you, God's chosen ones, for truth requires no maintenance. It does not need constant explanations, updated stories, or new versions. But lies? Lies need constant upkeep. As they tried desperately to maintain their illusion, it began to collapse under its own weight. Lies are exhausting, and eventually they cannot keep up the facade forever. The details they once fed to the world stopped matching. The confident tones they once used to lie became laced with desperation. Isn't it interesting how truth is self-sustaining? Your integrity, God's divine light within you, doesn't need to prove itself. It simply exists, and over time, its power grows stronger while the lies degrade. Do you see it now? Do you feel how, as the truth about your life begins to surface, it does not just expose their lies, but reveals the very spiritual poverty that has plagued them all along? They thought they could smear you, project their insecurities and lies onto you, and walk away untouched. They underestimated you, God's chosen ones. And now, as the truth emerges, those lies have aged into undeniable proof of their betrayal. What they once used to destroy your reputation is now replaying like confessions they can't escape from. The truth will set you free, John 8:32, and it has. It has set you free from their lies and from the burden of their manipulation. God allowed this moment not just for the truth to clear your name, but to reveal their true nature. It was never about you, God's chosen ones. It was always about the spiritual condition of their hearts. Their instincts always knew the truth, but they chose to ignore it, allowing their egos to lead them into deceit. The disgust people feel now is not just because they learned the truth about you, but because they are beginning to realize the truth about themselves. Their spiritual conscience always whispered that something was wrong, but they ignored it. Can you imagine the discomfort they now feel, the weight of their guilt slowly catching up to them? It's as if their spirits always knew, but their pride made them blind to it. Now, that uneasiness is undeniable. Every lie they told has become a timestamp of guilt, a public record of their spiritual state at that very moment. Every false word they spoke about you is now coming back as undeniable proof of their own betrayal. What they tried to use to bury your truth has now become their spiritual obituary. For the word of the Lord is right and true. He is faithful in all he does. Psalm 33:4. Their deception has aged like decay. The mask they wore, the stories they built to protect their fragile egos, has crumbled. The cracks that were once invisible are now fully visible. The truth is loud, and time has stripped away the polish that covered their corruption. The more they tried to cover the cracks, the more the truth seeped through, revealing that the real deception was not just about the lies they told about you, but about the life they built around those lies. God's chosen ones, the exposure you are witnessing now, though it may feel sudden, is actually the natural result of a slow leak over time. The exposure was inevitable because truth cannot be contained. The very narrative they built to destroy you is now the narrative that will haunt them, for integrity always outlives illusion. No matter how long it takes, time will always side with the truth. And truth, God's truth, is immovable. Let us think about this, God's chosen ones. How many times did you stand firm without retaliation when the world expected you to fight back? How many times did you stay silent when they tried to provoke you? It wasn't a weakness. It was your divine endurance, your unwavering faith in God's timing and in the supernatural force that governs all things. You didn't need to force the truth out of them. You only needed to wait. And now the truth has arrived. But the Lord said to Samuel, "Do not look at his appearance or at the height of his stature, because I have rejected him. For God sees not as man sees, for man looks at the outward appearance, but the Lord looks at the heart." 1 Samuel 16:7. In the end, the world can only see the surface. They judge by appearances, but God sees the truth of the heart. Your silence, your patience, and your resilience have been the proof of your divine nature. Now, those who mocked you must face the reality of their deceit, and it is they who will be exposed. It is not your truth that has been delayed. It was always waiting for the right time, the right moment when the world would finally have eyes to see. So stand firm, stand tall, for you were never broken. What they tried to destroy only strengthened you, and now the very truth that has been exposed is what will elevate you to new heights. The Lord is near to the brokenhearted and saves the crushed in spirit. Psalm 34:18. God's chosen ones, you will not just be cleared of their lies, but you will be vindicated by truth, and that truth will continue to unfold for as long as it takes. Their lies will decompose, and your light will shine even brighter. You were never the villain. You were the chosen one all along, destined for greatness. God's chosen ones. Have you ever thought that the lowest points of your life were actually moments of divine positioning? In the chaos, in the accusations, in the humiliation you endured, God was shielding you, setting you apart, and revealing truths that others couldn't see. The moments you thought were meant to break, you were actually shaping you, preparing you for what's ahead. You weren't being punished, you were being protected. God allowed the clouds of false accusation to gather around you so that those desperate for the spotlight would finally show their true faces when it was their time to stand in the light. What the world saw as your moment of shame was, in fact, your divine camouflage, a shield to protect you while exposing the darkness in others. As people watched you go through your most vulnerable moments, it wasn't just your spirit that was being tested, it was theirs. In that time of supposed weakness, you became the mirror that reflected their deepest desires and fears. Those who pretended to be humble and pure in their hearts couldn't resist the chance to gloat when they thought you were weak. Their hunger for validation led them to treat your struggle as their own opportunity to shine, but they didn't realize who was truly being revealed. The humble will inherit the land and will delight themselves in abundant prosperity. Psalm 37:11. The truth they tried to hide from you has come to light. The loudest critics, the ones who preached love and kindness, were the first to turn their backs, showing their true nature when they thought you were down. They mistook your silence for defeat, not realizing that your silence was part of God's plan, a reflection of His grace and peace amidst the storm. Your strength didn't come from fighting back, but from allowing God's divine truth to do the work. You were not just going through a phase of personal hardship. God was using you as a tool of transformation for everyone around you. The spotlight they wanted so desperately to control turned into their own exposure. Their hunger for glory became their downfall, as the very spotlight they craved for their personal validation turned to shine on their deceitful motives. It wasn't your defeat they were watching, it was their own hypocrisy being revealed. For nothing is hidden that will not be revealed, nor is anything secret that will not be known and come to light. Luke 8:17. God's timing is always perfect, even when we don't understand it. During this hidden season, while others scrutinized your life, you were quietly being shaped. God used this time to rewire your destiny, positioning you where He wanted you, refining your character. The shame they projected onto you was not your burden to bear. It was a temporary covering to keep you safe, to hide you until your truth could rise. The time has come for the veil of that temporary shame to be lifted. God's chosen ones, you were never condemned. You were concealed for a season, just like a seed buried in the ground, awaiting the perfect moment to burst forth into bloom. Now that the truth has surfaced, everything has changed. The same people who mocked your silence and your humility now must face the fact that their applause has gone silent. What was meant to tear you down, the shame, the false accusations, the lies, has now become your crown. The irony here is not just poetic justice, it's divine order in motion. God never abandoned you. He hid you until His light could shine clearly through you. Their lies, their cruelty, their false narratives were never your fault. They were the test. You were being shielded, protected from the storm, while God was rearranging your future behind the scenes. The truth didn't need to be rushed. It needed to mature in His time. As the veil lifts, you see clearly now. You weren't the one who needed to change. They were the ones who were revealed for who they truly are. The truth will set you free, John 8:32. And now, God's chosen ones, you are free. The lies that once sought to destroy you have now become the evidence of their own downfall. You were the test, but you endured. You have been covered in grace all along, and now, as the truth unfolds, the world will see who you truly are. The righteous will shine like the sun in the kingdom of their Father. Matthew 13:43. Your time of concealment is over. You are now being revealed for all the world to see, not because of anything you did, but because of God's divine plan. Your endurance, your faith, your silence during the storm were not signs of weakness. They were the signature of divine truth. Now the light of God's truth shines brightly on you. You are the chosen one, and no one can deny it anymore. God's chosen ones, stand tall. The spotlight is on you now, and this time, it's not to expose you, it's to illuminate the truth of who you really are. The world may have tried to bury you, but your truth was never buried. It has been protected, and now it will rise to the surface, just like God intended. You are more than conquerors through Him who loves you. God's chosen ones, have you ever wondered how your trials, the accusations thrown your way, and the struggles you endured may have been part of something much bigger than just a personal challenge? You see, while the world may have been dragging your name through the mud, heaven was already preparing your divine recognition. What they called disgrace, God saw as documentation. Every false accusation, every attempt to tear you down, was recorded in heaven's archives, not as evidence of your guilt, but as proof of your endurance and spiritual rank. God does not measure you the way the world does. People look for reputation, applause, and fleeting praise. But God measures resilience, integrity, and how you behave in the face of injustice. While the world debated your worth, heaven already confirmed your value. And here lies the first profound lesson heaven records differently. While earthly judgments are often loud and filled with noise, heaven records in silence, marking your character in quiet moments of restraint. For the Lord sees not as man sees. Man looks on the outward appearance, but the Lord looks on the heart. 1 Samuel 16-7. Each time you held your peace in the face of ridicule, each time you chose silence over retaliation, God's angels were taking note. Your unwillingness to defend yourself at the cost of your integrity was not seen as weakness, but as divine strength. While the world sought to drag you into the chaos of gossip, heaven was collecting something far more valuable: spiritual receipts. These weren't receipts that could be torn or burned, but eternal records of your steadfastness and unwavering character. This vindication, this moment when your name is finally cleared, feels different, doesn't it? It's not just about restoring your public image, it's about revealing your spiritual promotion. Your endurance was your accreditation, your divine credential. Heaven doesn't promote those who are easily provoked. It tests them, and when they pass the test, they receive the reward: higher authority and access to divine favor that no human opinion can touch. The righteous shall hold to their way, and he who has clean hands shall grow stronger and stronger. Job 17-9. In God's kingdom, scandal often precedes sanctification. You may have felt like you were torn apart, humiliated, and dismissed, but in reality, you were being initiated into something far greater than any earthly accolade. False accusations were never meant to destroy you, but to build your character, to prove that you could hold power without corruption. While they thought they were exposing your flaws, God was testing the foundation of your character, seeing how well you could withstand the trials without compromising your integrity. And now, the divine order has unfolded. As the truth emerges, it's clear that what you've been through wasn't just about clearing your name. It's about recognizing you not just as someone who was wronged, but as someone whose character holds the power to impact not just this world, but the spiritual realms as well. What the world tried to erase has now been sealed by heaven. And you will be called the repairer of broken walls, the restorer of streets with dwellings. Isaiah 58-12. The very exposure that they once tried to use as a tool to diminish your name has now become fuel for your elevation. You weren't just cleared, you were crowned. This divine promotion isn't simply a vindication of the truth, it's the recognition of your endurance and the acknowledgement of your inner strength. Heaven had already celebrated you before earth even caught up. Now, as the truth aligns, the realms are coming into harmony, and your name carries weight, spiritual weight, that transcends the limitations of worldly recognition. You see, they tried to erase you, but in reality, they certified you. Every effort to destroy you, every lie told about you, became the divine signature that validated your purpose. God used the very scandal meant to break you as a tool to mark you with divine approval. You were never just cleared, you were credentialed by heaven long before the applause of men ever mattered. So, God's chosen ones, when the lies surface, when the truth finally rises, know this: you are not just being restored, you are being elevated. Your silence was never weakness, it was prophetic endurance. Your restraint wasn't passivity, it was divine strength in action. And now that you stand before the world, your spiritual promotion is undeniable. The heavens have already declared it, and now the world is just catching up. Stand tall, you've endured, and now the crown you've been given by heaven is yours to wear. The world may have doubted you, but heaven never did. Now, as the truth unfolds, the universe itself will bear witness to the light of your spirit. In the world of deception, you, God's chosen ones, are often tested in ways that expose the most hidden fears of others. Those who sought to tear you down didn't have the strength to dismantle your accomplishments, so they turned to distorting the very image that reflected your true nature. They weaponized perception, manipulating the way others saw you, not because the truth was against you, but because they feared the strength of your truth. It wasn't about revealing facts. It was never about showing the world who you really are. It was about control. When faced with undeniable evidence of your results, they couldn't compete with you, outshine you, or outlast you, so they resorted to psychological warfare. They attempted to distort how others saw you, turning perception into their weapon, twisting reality to control the narrative. But here's where the real power lies. Perception is fragile, just like the illusion they tried so desperately to create. It relies on lies staying alive and silence remaining unbroken. But time is the enemy of deceit. The longer falsehoods are allowed to fester, the more truth will decay the illusion. And in the end, your truth, your integrity, would be what pierced through the fog they created. This reminds us of the story of Joseph in the Old Testament, who was betrayed and falsely accused. Despite the lies, he remained steadfast, and God's favor eventually lifted him to a position of authority. What they meant for evil, God meant for good. Genesis 50-20. Just as Joseph's integrity was tested and proven true, so too, God's chosen ones, your character is revealed through perseverance, even when the world doesn't understand. When they tried to make you the villain, you didn't fight back with anger. You didn't even react. You simply stood in integrity, knowing that truth doesn't need to announce itself. In the end, their lies became more fragile, crumbling under the weight of divine timing. Every whisper, every plot, every performance they put on began to sound rehearsed. Their actions no longer aligned with their words, and the very things they used to manipulate others now began to lose their power. Reflecting on the words of Psalm 37-5, "Commit your way to the Lord, trust in Him, and He will act." You remained calm, trusting that God would act on your behalf. Just like the Israelites in Exodus 14:14, when they were pursued by Pharaoh's army, God promised to fight for them while they remained silent. Their silence was not defeat, it was their trust in God's timing. Have you trusted God's timing in your own struggles? Do you believe that your silence in the face of adversity is actually strength? Just like in the Bible, the truth will set you free. John 8:32. You held your ground, standing firm in the knowledge that time would reveal the light within you. The truth doesn't need marketing. It simply arrives and replaces the noise. And when it does, nothing can stop it. But the most powerful thing that remains is your record, the one thing they could never manipulate. Your endurance, your unprovoked restraint, your consistency, these became the irrefutable proof of your character. You didn't need to defend yourself, because your actions were testimony. In the end, the truth was written not in words, but in your silent strength. Just as the Bible teaches in Proverbs 12:19, truthful lips endure forever, but a lying tongue is but for a moment. The world may have tried to bury your name in opinions, but opinions have no power over facts, and facts are the very foundation of your integrity. How have you seen the power of truth over time? Have you noticed how the lies once spoken against you have started to lose their power? As God's chosen ones, you know that integrity will outlive illusion. What they feared most wasn't just the truth, it was your ability to stand firm in the face of adversity and let time reveal your worth. Theirs was a lie they tried to build, but yours was a truth they could never touch. In the grand scheme of things, they didn't just lose credibility, they exposed their own fear. Fear of what you represent, fear of the power your authenticity wields. Fear of the undeniable fact that your integrity will always stand taller than their illusions. Have you ever seen someone's character shine brightest when everything else fell apart? Are you willing to endure for the sake of your integrity, even when it seems like no one is watching? You are unshakable, God's chosen ones, and while they may try to rewrite the narrative, the truth has already been written in the heavens. The Lord is near to the brokenhearted and saves the crushed in spirit. Psalm 34-18. As God's chosen ones, you've been subjected to moments that felt like the deepest betrayals, the most crushing accusations, and the harshest of trials. But these trials were never meant to defeat you. They were the divine unmasking ceremony. What others tried to bury you with became the very platform that elevated your authenticity to heights they never anticipated. What they meant to use against you, their accusations, their lies, their twisted narratives, became the stage upon which their own deceit was revealed for all to see. The power of divine justice is that it doesn't fight with confrontation. Instead, it operates through exposure. It is not about the loudest voice in the room or the most aggressive argument. It's about surviving the process and letting truth rise above the noise. In the same way, the psalmist declared in Psalm 37-6, "He will make your righteousness shine like the dawn, the justice of your cause like the noonday sun." It's the quiet endurance that brings justice into the light, revealing the purity of your spirit while exposing the darkness in those who sought to manipulate the truth. In this moment, the very setup they had meticulously planned became the unmasking of their own hearts. The lies they told, once aimed at destroying you, became confessions, whispers, and gossip that exposed their own inner turmoil and insecurity. Their hatred for your strength was more telling than any accusation. The hate they spread was like the rot of a tree, slowly withering its branches while the trunk remained unshaken. And in their desperate desire to put you down, they revealed their own inability to stand in truth. This is where the divine irony comes in. They wanted to discredit you, but they were merely revealing their own weaknesses. While they performed their version of righteousness, heaven was quietly recording the evidence of authenticity in you. Every fake smile they wore, every manipulative word they spoke, and every hidden alliance they formed were being logged. Heaven had its eyes on them long before the world did, capturing every misstep, every deceitful glance, and every action that exposed their true intentions. As in Romans 2:16, God will judge people's secrets through Jesus Christ, as my gospel declares. The truth may take time to surface, but once it does, there is no hiding from it. The universe, aligned with divine truth, made sure that the curtain dropped at the perfect moment, revealing the characters of those who once tried to tear you apart. You didn't need to fight for vindication. Your endurance became your greatest testimony. The silence you maintained, while others tried to tear you down, was not a weakness. It was a divine strategy. As they talked, they revealed their own inner contradictions. They performed, schemed, and manipulated, but in the process, they built their own trap. Every lie they spun was a thread woven into a noose that tightened around their own necks. And your endurance, God's chosen ones, was the key that unlocked their undoing. As they thought they were crafting a narrative, they were actually building a tomb for their own reputations. While they acted, heaven watched. Every action they took, driven by envy or fear, was recorded in the grand court of divine justice. The longer they fought to distort the truth, the more their own actions began to contradict their words, until the truth became undeniable. You weren't simply surviving their frame, you were transcending it. What they built to destroy you became the very platform upon which your authenticity was announced. As Matthew 5:10 says, "Blessed are those who are persecuted because of righteousness, for theirs is the kingdom of heaven." You stood firm, and in doing so, the exposure that they dreaded became the testimony that elevated you to a higher plane of honor. In this season, their masks have melted, their carefully crafted facades have crumbled, and now they stand exposed, unable to hide behind the illusions they once so expertly painted. Now, Those who once mocked your downfall are choking on their own words. The truth has surfaced not with force, but with the quiet, unshakable strength of your endurance. What remains now is not just your survival, but your elevation. The very endurance they mocked as coldness, arrogance, or indifference has now become your divine crown. Your strength in the face of injustice has redefined the narrative, not just for you, but for all those watching. You've turned their lies into proof of your resilience, and in the process, you've exposed the true nature of those who tried to undermine you. What will be your response when the truth finally exposes their deceit? How will you walk forward when the very accusations against you become the proof of your character? Are you ready to stand tall, knowing that your endurance and authenticity have already secured your divine victory? Now, in the aftermath, you don't have to speak for yourself. Your life, your endurance, and your silence in the face of their lies have already spoken volumes. Your divine vindication is already written, and it will be recognized not just on earth, but in heaven, where your spiritual promotion was confirmed long before the applause of men ever mattered. As God's chosen ones, you were framed, not because of anything you did wrong, but because of the very essence of who you are. The truth is, you were feared. Those who sought to destroy your reputation didn't target you because you were weak or insignificant. Weak people don't get framed. It's the ones with power, authenticity, and an unshakable presence that become a threat to fragile, insecure power. And that's exactly why they tried to take you down. They recognized something in you that they couldn't control or replicate. Your presence disrupted the spiritual frequencies of those around you. Like a beam of light in a dark room, you made their shadows visible. You carried too much truth, too much divine influence, and your spirit was unmovable. They saw it before you did. They felt the shift in the atmosphere every time you walked in. Your authenticity alone, your refusal to bend to their system, shook their very foundation. In their eyes, you were dangerous because you didn't conform. This is a spiritual truth, reminiscent of John 1-5, which says, "The light shines in the darkness, and the darkness has not overcome it." This is your power, and it was too much for them to handle. They didn't know how to control you, so they did what the weak always do. They tried to discredit you. They aimed to neutralize the effect you were having, not because you did anything wrong, but because your light was too bright for their false narratives to endure. You were framed, not for your mistakes, but because you carried something sacred. Your very existence challenged their illusion of control over the people and the systems they relied on. They hoped that by casting doubt on your character, they could slow down the divine momentum that was clearly behind you. But doubt, the greatest weapon of the insecure, cannot stop truth. It only makes the light shine brighter. As you stood unbroken, your truth grew louder. The harder they tried to tarnish your reputation, the more it became evident to all around you that you were the real deal. You carried divine favor, an undeniable presence, and God's grace that could not be hidden. Like Psalm 27:1 says, "The Lord is my light and my salvation, whom shall I fear?" You weren't just facing defamation, you were facing a system built on lies, and your resilience became your testimony. When you didn't fight back, when you chose silence instead of defensiveness, you proved that truth doesn't need to compete with lies. It simply outlasts them. It rises above the noise and the chaos, just like the sun rises after the darkest night. Now, the very web they spun to entrap you is entangling them. Their lies have decayed into confession, and their alliances are now shifting. Those who once believed they had control over your narrative now find themselves trapped in the same web of deceit. God has a way of turning the tables. As they plotted, God was rearranging the spiritual order, using their deception to bring about your elevation. The higher you rise, the more their falsehoods collapse under the weight of truth. In the end, you didn't need to defend yourself. God was already your defense. Truth doesn't need marketing, because it speaks for itself. You were never the problem. You were simply proof that light still wins. Matthew 5:14 reminds us, You are the light of the world. A town built on a hill cannot be hidden. This is who you are, a beacon in a world filled with darkness, and your light has illuminated their hidden flaws. And now, with everything coming to light, the power of your resilience has become undeniable. The same people who tried to dismantle your spirit are now forced to witness your rise. The irony is beautiful. They wanted to bury your name, but instead, they helped engrave it in the book of victory. You've become a living testimony to the fact that truth and endurance outlast deception. Your story isn't just about surviving their lies. It's about transcending them, rising above their illusions, and shining even brighter than they could ever anticipate. How will you continue to carry your light now that the truth is revealed? What will be your next step as the weight of your endurance begins to bear fruit? Will you let the world see the power of resilience, not through words, but through the life you lead? God's chosen ones, this is your moment. Stand tall, for your name is being written in the heavens, and no weapon formed against you shall prosper. You, God's chosen ones, have undergone a process that transcends mere confrontation or argument. Your battle wasn't fought with words alone. It was fought on a spiritual frequency, an energetic level that could not be ignored. The truth about your life, your integrity, and your character didn't just change opinions. It altered the atmosphere around you. Those who once laughed, mocked, or believed the lies about you are now feeling something deep within them, a physical discomfort, a sense of unease. This discomfort isn't random. It's an energetic reaction that happens when truth surfaces and forces people to confront their own choices. The irony of this moment is profound. Those who tried to distort your reality and projected their own faults onto you are now experiencing the spiritual recoil of their actions. What they helped create, whether through active participation or silence, has now come back to challenge them. It's no longer about the words they said. It's about the energy that their words, their actions, and their very beings gave off. Energy doesn't lie. You may have witnessed this truth in your own life, how sometimes words can deceive, but a person's presence, their energy, their aura, can reveal everything about their true intentions. As the Bible says in Luke 6:45, "A good man brings good things out of the good stored up in his heart, and an evil man brings evil things out of the evil stored up in his heart. For the mouth speaks what the heart is full of." This speaks to the truth of their discomfort. Their words may have betrayed you, but their souls are now rejecting the falsehoods they helped create. You see, when the divine truth enters the scene, it does not ask for permission. It doesn't negotiate for acknowledgement. It purges the darkness, expels the falsehoods, and exposes what has been hidden. It forces people to confront their choices that may have been aligned with darkness, not light. Ephesians 5:11-1-3 states, "Take no part in the unfruitful works of darkness, but instead expose them, for it is shameful even to speak of the things that they do in secret. But when anything is exposed by the light, it becomes visible." God's light is powerful, and it doesn't coexist with deceit. What's happening now is more than just a social shift. It's spiritual purification. It's not just your reputation that is being restored. It's your energy, your truth, and your divine calling being cleansed from the lies and toxic perceptions others once placed upon you. This purification process might sting at first, but it is the necessary cleansing that frees your spirit and soul from the weight of falsehoods. You were never meant to carry that burden, and now, as the truth shines through, it is realigning everything around you. Psalm 34:17 reminds us, "The righteous cry out, and the Lord hears them. He delivers them from all their troubles." You have been delivered from the lies, and your truth has illuminated the path for others to see clearly. The collective disgust you now feel from those who once stood by the lies is not just guilt, it's energetic recoil. This recoil happens when people realize the falsehoods they embraced and the truth they rejected. It's spiritual justice at work. They didn't just fail to support you, they failed to see the truth that you embodied. And as the truth of your character is revealed, the vibrational energy around your name shifts. The world is waking up from its hypnotic slumber, realizing that they protected the corrupt, celebrated the lies, and ignored the conviction that would have set them free. Now they are paying the price for their misalignment. You, God's chosen ones, are standing tall in the midst of this transformation. The truth doesn't need to be argued, it just exists. Your endurance through this trial was your divine proof. It didn't matter if people apologized or not. What matters is that their spirits can no longer tolerate the lies they once embraced. The light you carry is radiating so powerfully now that falseness can no longer coexist with it. That is the ultimate vindication. The question for you now is this: how will you use this newfound clarity and light to guide others? Will you continue to stand firm in the truth, no matter the obstacles? What do you want your energy to say to those around you in this new season? How will you carry the crown of integrity that was forged through these trials? In the end, God's chosen ones, the exposure of truth wasn't just about your name, it was about setting the atmosphere right. Your silence, your endurance, your spiritual discipline became the message. Proverbs 12:19 says, "Truthful lips endure forever, but a lying tongue is but for a moment." Your truth will endure forever, while the falsehoods that once tried to bury you will decay and disappear. And that, my friends, is divine justice. You were always the proof that light would win. You, God's chosen ones, didn't simply survive the frame, you redefined justice itself. What was designed to be your public humiliation, your downfall, became the very blueprint for divine justice unfolding. You were not just meant to be a victim, you were chosen to demonstrate the power of truth over falsehood. While others played dirty, scheming to destroy you, you embodied restraint and purity. This was not a mere act of survival, it was divine strategy at work. Your composure in the face of chaos became the sermon the heavens used to teach the world what true justice looks like. Psalm 37:6 reminds us, "He will make your righteous reward shine like the dawn, your vindication like the noonday sun." Your very presence in the storm, remaining unshaken, redefined how justice is perceived not as punishment, but as restoration. In the moment of your trial, you didn't fight to prove your innocence. You became the evidence. Your actions, your silence, your refusal to engage in retaliation became the irrefutable testimony that spoke louder than any defense could. In this way, you embodied divine law. It wasn't about proving that you were right, it was about showing that the truth, when left to stand, outlasts time. What was meant to destroy you, elevated you. You became the living example of how integrity can act as its own defense system. Proverbs 21:3 tells us, "To do what is right and just is more acceptable to the Lord than sacrifice." You didn't need to sacrifice your integrity to prove your worth. Your steadiness under pressure proved it all. God's divine timing is not measured by human standards. You showed the world that justice is not about revenge or courtroom victories. It is the act of restoration through truth. You didn't wait for your name to be cleared. Instead, you embodied the peace that forced the universe to correct itself. This is why your vindication feels different from others. It wasn't awarded to you by people, but authored by God. The timing was perfect, and the universe responded in divine order. The reality is that truth doesn't need validation. Time itself corrects every wrong when aligned with the divine. The most striking and powerful aspect of your story, God's chosen ones, is that your vindication wasn't just about balance, it was about alignment. Every person who played a role in your framing now sits exactly where their choices have placed them, not because you wished it, but because truth redistributed the energy. Galatians 6-7 teaches us, "Do not be deceived, God cannot be mocked. A man reaps what he sows. Those who built lies are now living within their own deceit. Those who stayed pure, who stood with integrity, rise above it." The scales weren't just balanced, they were completely redesigned by the power of divine law. Your strength, your unshakable resolve, didn't just change their perception of you. It rewrote the spiritual atmosphere, transforming every narrative of injustice into an example of divine retribution and alignment. Those who thought they could diminish you are now haunted by the very lies they spread, and those who remained faithful to the truth are now ascending to their rightful place. Luke 18:7-8 reminds us, "And will not God bring about justice for his chosen ones, who cry out to him day and night? Will he keep putting them off? I tell you, he will see that they get justice, and quickly. God's justice is not delayed. It comes swiftly, and when it arrives, it brings more than just restitution. It brings a higher purpose, one that outlasts human judgment. You didn't retaliate, yet the universe responded on your behalf. Your silence wasn't weakness, it was your strength. You became a living example of divine jurisprudence, where your actions were the court's verdict, and your endurance was the sentence of justice. Romans 12:19 calls us to never take revenge, but leave room for God's wrath. You didn't need to seek revenge. God took care of it. Your name now carries a power that no courtroom can award, no enemy can revoke, and no lie can ever overshadow. You are living proof of the divine law at work. Isaiah 54:17 states, "No weapon formed against you will prosper, and every tongue that accuses you in judgment you will condemn." This is your divine signature, the proof that light will always overcome darkness. God's chosen ones. This divine justice is the proof that integrity and truth have an eternal power that the world can never take away. It's not just about clearing your name, it's about elevating your spirit, your essence, and your truth. Your journey has become the example the world needed, the living proof that truth always wins. Now, stand tall, for the world is now witnessing the power of your testimony, and heaven's law is always in your favor. The final question remains, will you continue to rise, knowing that you were made for this very moment of divine justice? Will you let your light shine, not for revenge, but for the restoration of all things that have been set right in God's divine order? God's chosen ones, what they intended to be your downfall, has become the very foundation of your rise. What they tried to frame as your disgrace, what they used to attempt to erase your name, has turned into proof of your strength. This wasn't just about clearing your name, it was your coronation. While they thought they could bury you, they unwittingly set the stage for the exposure of their own deceit. You didn't simply survive the frame, you were elevated by it. This is the divine justice that operates not in the ways of men, but in the ways of heavenly truth. Truth, when left alone, is not a whisper in the dark. It becomes its own judge and jury. You see, when people try to bury the truth, it doesn't fade, it rises. Psalm 37:6 tells us, "He will make your righteousness shine like the dawn, the justice of your cause like the noonday sun." While others tried to destroy your credibility through lies, they only provided the evidence that you were aligned with divine order. Every lie they spread, every accusation, every smear campaign, each of these turned into undeniable proof of your power, integrity, and unwavering character. The truth is supernatural. It doesn't need to compete. It only needs time to reveal itself. Truth doesn't need an audience. It simply stands. And now, those who once whispered falsehoods about you now face their own reflection. God's chosen ones, you weren't framed because you were weak. No, you were framed because your light, your spiritual gravity, your authenticity was too powerful for their world of falsehoods. Your mere existence disrupted their illusions, which is why they sought to tear you down. It wasn't about a mistake you made, it was about fear. They feared the truth you carried, the potential they saw in you, a potential they couldn't manipulate. And now the truth has come to light, shattering every falsehood and every distortion. The irony is beautiful. Psalm 18:28 speaks of how God lights our way, saying, "You, Lord, keep my lamp burning. My God turns my darkness into light." What they sought to bury, to make invisible, is now the very force that reveals their darkness. Your silence in the face of their slander, your restraint amidst their attacks, has become the weapon that outlasted all their efforts. Proverbs 12:19 states, "Truthful lips endure forever, but a lying tongue lasts only a moment." Your endurance wasn't just about surviving, it was about standing firm in truth. The exposure of your truth didn't just clear your name, it was divinely orchestrated to reveal the truth about them. Their masks fell, and with every revelation, their true selves were unveiled. The lies they spread to manipulate perception are now the very evidence of their corruption. What they tried to make you into, they became. 1 Timothy 6:12 encourages us, "Fight the good fight of the faith. Take hold of the eternal life to which you were called when you made your good confession in the presence of many witnesses." You didn't fight with anger or hatred, you fought with integrity, with patience, and with grace. In the end, it wasn't about proving your innocence, it was about demonstrating divine justice through endurance. As God's chosen ones, your endurance became the measure of your character, and that measure was not based on human opinion, but on divine validation. When God's timing arrived, everything was exposed not to destroy, but to restore. Your name, which was once dragged through the mud, is now rising to higher spiritual levels, carrying power and authority that no human system could ever give you. Matthew 5:10-12 tells us, "Blessed are those who are persecuted because of righteousness, for theirs is the kingdom of heaven. Rejoice and be glad, because great is your reward in heaven." You are not just restored, you are vindicated on a heavenly level. What they built to destroy you has become the very foundation of your divine promotion. You were not just framed, you were elevated through it all. The very people who tried to break you now have to face the weight of their own actions. They are left with nothing but guilt, while your name is set free. This is the most profound form of justice, not the world's idea of retribution, but divine justice, where truth outlasts all deception. Your story is now a living example of how light wins, not by force, but by truth's endurance. Hebrews 10:23 reminds us to hold unswervingly to the hope we profess, for he who promised is faithful. Your testimony is a shining light to the world, showing that truth always prevails, and that God's chosen ones will never be defeated. Now, stand tall and recognize the divine validation that is yours. This victory is not just yours, it is a declaration of the power of divine justice in the world. Do you see it now? Do you see the incredible shift that your life has become? Will you let your light shine brighter than ever before, knowing that truth will always outshine darkness? As we draw this journey to a close, let's reflect on the incredible power of divine justice that has been unfolding through your story, God's chosen ones. The process you've gone through, the trials you've faced, and the injustices you've endured were never meant to break you. In fact, they were the tests that would ultimately elevate you. You weren't just fighting for your reputation, you were manifesting divine justice, showing the world what true strength, integrity, and resilience really mean. Through every false accusation, every twisted narrative, you stood tall. You didn't just survive the frame, you redefined what it means to be vindicated. Your silence, your endurance, your unwavering commitment to truth became your greatest weapon. And while those who tried to bring you down were busy constructing lies, you were busy building a foundation of truth that would outlast everything. What was meant to bury you only revealed your divine purpose. What we must understand is this: divine justice doesn't arrive with a roar, it enters quietly, powerfully, and steadily. It is not about revenge, it's about restoration through truth. Your story is proof that when truth is left alone, it doesn't need to fight for its place, it will simply outlast the noise. Those who sought to manipulate your image have now become the very reflection of their own deceit, and you, the one they sought to destroy, are standing in your full divine elevation. This is the undeniable beauty of divine justice. It is not swift retribution, but a slow, steady restoration of the natural order. And through this process, you have shown the world that integrity outlives illusions, and truth always finds a way to reveal itself, no matter how long it takes. Now, as you walk in your divine elevation, let this be a testament not only to your strength, but to the power of God's divine plan. When your name was dragged through the mud, it wasn't your reputation they were attacking, it was your spiritual alignment with truth and light. And now, you stand as a living case study of divine justice, where every lie that was told about you has become fuel for your divine rise. Your resilience has proven that no matter how much darkness tries to surround you, your light will always outshine it. If this message has resonated with you, I invite you to share your thoughts and experiences in the comments below. Have you experienced a time when your truth was tested and ultimately revealed in ways you couldn't have imagined? I'd love to hear your story and how divine justice has worked in your life. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe to continue receiving more uplifting messages and spiritual guidance that will keep you aligned with your true purpose. Your support means the world to me, whether through likes, shares, comments, or even super thanks. I am deeply grateful for each and every one of you who walks this journey with me. And as you move forward, I bless you with continued strength, divine clarity, and unwavering faith. May your light continue to shine brightly, and may your truth always be your guiding star. Remember, you are God's chosen one, and nothing, no lie, no accusation, no force in this world can take away the divine power you carry. Keep standing tall, knowing that divine justice is always at work. They mocked the warning, but heaven never laughs last. Have you ever been called crazy for seeing what others couldn't? Have you ever tried to warn people about the storm ahead, only to be ridiculed, ignored, or labeled too spiritual? Have you noticed that the same voices that once laughed at you have now gone silent, or worse, are crying for help from the very darkness they unleashed? Chosen one, this is divine justice unfolding right before your eyes. God saw every tear they made you shed, every lie they spread, every attack they thought would break you. And while they were busy mocking, He was busy building. He turned their laughter into lessons, their curses into your confirmation. The same people who called you crazy are now praying for mercy because they finally see that you weren't delusional. You were divinely informed. You tried to warn them. You carried compassion, not vengeance. You gave grace when heaven demanded distance. But they mistook your silence for weakness. What they didn't know was that your stillness was God's setup, His way of letting their own choices deliver the judgment they invited. Now the tower has fallen, and heaven has made one thing clear: those who touched you touched the wrong one. If this truth is hitting your spirit right now, comment 777 as your agreement with heaven's justice. And to every heart who has supported this divine movement through super thanks, my deepest gratitude. You're not just supporting content, you're helping carry light into the darkest corners of this world. Stay close, because what comes next will reveal exactly how those who mocked you are now crying for deliverance, and why God is using this moment to prove that He was with you all along. God's chosen ones, they called you crazy, now they're crying for deliverance. Tonight, revelation itself walks through the corridors of your memory. The veil lifts, the unseen becomes visible. While you were quietly tending to the architecture of your destiny, laying each foundation stone with faith and sweat, there were those lurking behind curtains of jealousy. rehearsing the language of your destruction. What they thought was hidden in silence now screams through divine exposure. This is not coincidence. This is not karma. This is the court of heaven in session. And the judge has spoken, "Vengeance is mine, I will repay, saith the Lord." Romans 12:19. As you slept beneath the blanket of divine peace, others remained awake, conspiring beneath the cold fluorescence of envy. They did not merely think ill of you, they engineered a current of malice, synchronized like a dark frequency in the atmosphere. 3 voices, just 3 chanting rebellion against divine order. The Spirit calls that a coven. Their words became weapons, their jealousy a ritual. But energy obeys its origin. He who digs a pit will fall into it. Ecclesiastes 10:8. Their hearts burned not with inspiration, but infection. Your progress nauseated them. Your joy was an unbearable melody. You radiated light too pure, too constant, like a lighthouse breaking through their fog of self-hatred. Instead of tending their own shadows, they tried to snuff out your flame. But light cannot be domesticated. The darkness has not overcome it. John 1-5. Have you ever wondered why their plots failed despite their numbers? Why their voices sound so loud, but their hands achieve nothing? Because you, chosen one, are guarded by frequencies they cannot detect. You vibrate in alignment with heaven's code. Your life is not random, it is architecture. Each trial, a beam in the cathedral of your purpose. Each heartbreak, a sacred resonance echoing through eternity. Those who struck at you did not realize they were throwing stones at the foundation of divine design. They were warned, yes, warned by someone with sight beyond the veil. Someone who whispered, "Stop now," before your curse circles back as your own sentence. Yet pride, the oldest drug, seduced them. Jealousy clouded their logic. Desperation mutated them into gamblers who bet against God's blueprint. And like Lucifer, who believed his reflection could outshine the sun, they plummeted into the orbit of their own chaos. The spiritual law is precise. What is released must return. For with the measure you use, it will be measured back to you. Luke 6:38. Their rituals backfired. Their whispers amplified against them. Their power dismantled by divine geometry, because when the architect of heaven draws a line, no mortal hand can erase it. Think of Pharaoh's army swallowed by the Red Sea. Exodus 14:27. They thought control was power. Instead, control drowned them. So too, the modern covens, be they colleagues, relatives, or friends turned foes, find their own voices echoing curses they cannot retract. And deep within your soul, another question rises, quiet yet cutting. Why did God let me witness their rise before their fall? Why was I tested so hard by betrayal I didn't deserve? Why did pain become my teacher before peace became my crown? Because heaven forges its soldiers in paradox. The anointed are trained through tension. The bow must bend before it releases the arrow. In the frescoes of Fra Angelico, that devout painter of divine mysteries, angels are always painted, mid-motion, half in light, half emerging from it, because glory is not stillness. It is transformation. You, too, are mid-motion between what was attacked and what will ascend. As Beethoven once wrote in the margin of his 9th Symphony, "From the heart may it return to the heart." Your suffering was not punishment. It was frequency correction, heaven tuning your heart until it matched divine resonance. A modern echo of this truth lives in a man named Raphael, a humble street cleaner from Seville. When mocked for humming hymns during his night shifts, he simply said, "If God listens while I clean his streets, that's enough honor for me." Years later, the same people who laughed now ask him to pray for their children. That's vindication without vengeance. And as for the deceivers, they learn the oldest lesson in cosmic law. You cannot curse what God has blessed. Numbers 23:20. But hear this, your story doesn't end in revenge. It culminates in rebirth. You are the phoenix rising from ashes of accusation. You are the diamond shaped under tectonic grace. The universe bends its light toward you now. This is the lesson the author within me has carved from your story. What tried to break you actually broadcast your anointing. Pain is not proof of abandonment, it is proof of assignment. So tell your story. Share your scars. Someone else's deliverance depends on your transparency. And now, chosen one, stand. Rise like dawn after endless night. Step forward, not with vengeance, but with victory in your veins. The war is over. The crown fits. Walk in it. The energy they hurled at you did not vanish into thin air. It has returned like a comet ignited by divine velocity, blazing back toward its source with precision only heaven could calculate. Those who once whispered curses now choke on the echo of their own words. Their hearts pound under invisible weight. Their breath catches in the midnight hour when silence grows too loud. At 3 a.m., their souls stir in terror, haunted by the knowledge they crossed a line that heaven never permits to be redrawn. This is not a coincidence. This is divine law in motion. Do not be deceived. God is not mocked. For whatever a man sows, that shall he also reap. Galatians 6-7. The same spiritual energy they weaponized against you has turned sentient, an executioner cloaked in justice. They interfered with sacred frequency, and now that frequency is roaring back, amplifying through the chambers of their own misdeeds. Every curse reversed, every whispered spell inverted, every dark vision projected toward your downfall has become a cinematic replay of their own collapse. For the universe does not permit manipulation of its holy circuitry without consequence. Touch not my anointed ones, and do my prophets no harm. Psalm 105-15. Now there is trembling in their camp. Someone among them feels the cost in their bones. One faces an illness that defies diagnosis. Another watches wealth crumble like sand through trembling hands. Another weeps as relationships disintegrate. The same unity they sought to destroy in you now dissolves in their midst. One has already encountered the ultimate silence, the kind that does not breathe back. It's the tower falling, the death card rising, symbols of upheaval and irreversible ending. In the unseen courts of spirit, both cards appearing together declare the structure has fallen, and the life force has been recalled. They gambled with powers that require consecration, not curiosity, and now the stakes have consumed them. Pride always believes it can defy gravity, until the fall proves otherwise. Have you ever wondered why their collapse feels so poetic? Why does justice unfold with such eerie symmetry? Because cosmic energy operates like the ocean, it always returns what it receives. Cast your bread upon the waters, and after many days it will return to you. Ecclesiastes 11:1. The universe may not play favorites, but it guards its chosen as fiercely as a lioness guards her cubs. You were never a random target, you were an assignment of heaven. Your mission is too sacred to be aborted by envy. When they attacked you, they didn't just strike a person, they assaulted divine infrastructure. They tried to vandalize blueprints written by the architect of eternity. But let's expose the root of their fury. It wasn't mindless hatred, it was strategic jealousy. They saw your reflection shimmering in the realm of prophecy and mistook it for their own. They glimpsed your divine union, your future alliance, two souls anointed to build, not merely to love. This partnership carries the seed of legacy, the resonance of restoration. It is a covenant designed to birth abundance that will ripple across generations. And because they saw what belonged to you, they attempted to rewrite fate's script. But destiny doesn't yield to envy, it yields to obedience. What God has joined together, let no one separate. Mark 10:9. I recall the words of Pope John Paul II, who once said, "The future starts today, not tomorrow." They tried to halt your tomorrow, but they only accelerated your dawn. Nature itself mirrors this truth. When lightning strikes the tallest tree in the forest, it seems to destroy it, but in time, the charred bark protects the inner core, forcing new growth. You, chosen one, are that tree. You've been struck not for punishment, but purification. Yet every narrative has its Judas. In medieval chronicles, there was a nobleman named Armand de Valcourt, a man who betrayed his own kingdom to foreign powers for gold. His reward turned to ash when plague struck his household within days, leaving his name cursed in stone. He became a living parable of divine reciprocity. What you sell for silver will be paid back in suffering. And still, beneath all this cosmic justice, a gentle truth whispers through the storm. Not all pain is punishment. Sometimes it is promotion disguised. Your endurance is evidence of divine engineering. You were not built for collapse, but for calibration. As the psalmist declared, "Many are the afflictions of the righteous, but the Lord delivers him out of them all." Psalm 34:19. From the author's heart, here is what I've learned. Divine protection doesn't prevent storms. It proves your ship is worthy of sailing through them. You survived not because you were untouched, but because your roots were anchored deeper than their reach. If this resonates within you, share your own story of deliverance. Someone else wandering in shadow needs to see your survival as their prophecy. So, rise, rise with the poise of dawn after tempest. Your enemy's chaos has become your confirmation. Their curses were clay, your purpose is stone. The boomerang has returned. The trial has spoken, and heaven has declared, the chosen stand unshaken. It was never just a relationship. It was an equation written in heaven's architecture, a spiritual merger of two divine frequencies designed to rewire the consciousness of those who encounter it. When two souls, chosen and refined by fire, unite under divine timing, the vibration around them changes everything it touches. This isn't romance, it's resurrection. It's Genesis rewritten through grace. Two are better than one, because they have a good reward for their labor. Ecclesiastes 4:9. Your adversaries sensed this before you fully did. They could feel your ascension approaching. Like predators sensing pressure before a storm, they didn't celebrate your rise. They tried to fracture it. They built illusions like architects of confusion, crafting emotional mazes to make you doubt the offer heaven placed before you. They whispered thoughts to distort your discernment, false echoes meant to cloud your intuition. Their intent was surgical. Prethise. They wanted you to mistake destiny for deception, purpose for peril, but your spirit had already been tempered in the furnaces of trial. You carry discernment, born from warfare. You know the difference between divine delay and demonic distraction. How many times did they think you would fold? How many times did they bet that confusion would consume you? Yet, each time, the veil lifted. Because when God forges his soldiers, he also fortifies their perception. My sheep hear my voice, and I know them, and they follow me. John 10:27. They underestimated the strength of your frequency. They didn't know that your spirit operates like a quantum resonance, able to detect interference long before it manifests. They couldn't grasp that discernment. In divine physics, functions like radar, it detects distortion before impact. While they conjured their little spells, your angels recalibrated the field. The universe rerouted the current of every curse before it reached your atmosphere. And yet, they did not stop there. They aimed directly at the arteries of your life, your finances, your creativity, your peace, like thieves studying blueprints. They targeted your abundance with algorithmic cruelty. They plotted financial confusion, knowing that scarcity suffocates potential. They delayed opportunities, disrupted transactions, and clouded the memory of those who owed you. This was no coincidence. It was a coordinated, energetic siege. But what they did not understand is that your economy is not earthly, it is celestial. The Lord is my shepherd, I shall not want. Psalm 23:1. No ritual can block the supply chain of heaven. Your provision doesn't flow through banks or bosses, it flows through covenant. They attacked your creativity too, hoping to silence the symphony inside you. They wanted your mind blank, your pen dry, your spirit uninspired, because your words are frequencies. Your art is a transmission from the divine realm. The things you create don't just exist, they heal, awaken, recalibrate. They feared your voice because your voice carries voltage. A story comes to mind, Aiden Brooks, a young mechanic from Detroit. He once told me that every time he repaired an engine, he whispered a prayer. Let this machine work as my life works built again after breakdown. He lost everything during a rough season. Yet every time he prayed over broken metal, his own soul realigned. He found purpose in fixing what refused to run. Isn't that what you've done too, taking what was sabotaged and turning it into sacred machinery? This is divine engineering. And in divine architecture, pressure doesn't destroy, it polishes. Like cathedral ceilings built to amplify sound, your trials have shaped resonance within you. Your pain was an acoustic chamber. Now everything you speak carries echo. Their attacks have failed because they underestimated your foundation. You are a structure designed with celestial geometry measured by mercy, built upon a covenant. The stone the builders rejected has become the cornerstone, Psalm 118:22. They tried to collapse what heaven had already certified. They tried to halt the merger that would heal the world. But your destiny was written in the gravitational script of the universe, unalterable, precise, and every vibration they released now returns. Diffused, disarmed, dissolved. As a writer and witness to stories like yours, I've learned this truth. Attacks reveal architecture. When opposition rises, it's because construction is underway. And when the divine blueprint expands, resistance only exposes the magnitude of the mission. If these words stir something in you, share your story. Tell the world what tried to silence you and how the silence became your sanctuary. Someone out there needs proof that the spiritual war they face is not a punishment but preparation. So rise again, not cautiously but completely. The confusion has cleared. The covenant stands. The merger is happening, and heaven is applauding. They wanted to silence that voice, the voice that carried galaxies within syllables, that spoke life into dead rooms, that terrified the mediocre because it reminded them of everything they buried in themselves. They wanted to dim that light, the one that refused to flicker even when storms raged. They wanted to convince you that your fire was foolish, your vision too loud, your destiny too divine. Why not live small, they whispered. Why not be safe? But something ancient inside you refused. A sacred pulse pushed through the interference like a heartbeat under rubble. The light shines in the darkness, and the darkness has not overcome it. John 1-5. Every time you almost surrendered, heaven breathed again through you. That wasn't resilience, it was resurrection. They didn't just attack your dreams. They waged war on your vitality. They wanted the temple of your body to collapse under the weight of invisible arrows. Do you remember the fatigue that came from nowhere? The exhaustion that lingered like smoke? The nights when sleep felt foreign, and your heart raced for reasons you couldn't name? That wasn't weakness, it was your body processing the invisible warfare surrounding your field. You weren't losing energy, you were transmuting it. Like Job, under the testing of unseen forces, you were being measured, but not destroyed. Though he slay me, yet will I trust in him. Job 13:15. They wanted your dreams buried beneath headaches, your purpose drowned in sleeplessness. But each time you rose from your bed, your angels took note. Heaven was watching the endurance of its chosen, and still they did not stop. When your strength didn't break, they went for your emotions. They whispered into the corridors of your mind, trying to make you unworthy of love, undeserving of destiny. They wanted you to believe that no divine union would want someone like you, that you were too wounded, too imperfect, too not enough. They dug through your past like scavengers, resurrecting every failure to feed their narrative. Have you ever felt that sudden doubt? That whisper of unworthiness that didn't sound like your voice? That was them planting seeds in the soil of your heart. But your spirit recognized the frequency wasn't familiar. Because heaven has trained your discernment, your mind is no longer a playground for imposters. There's a story I once heard from an Italian painter named Lucia Ferrano, a woman who lost her sight in one eye, yet continued painting visions of angels. When asked how she managed, she smiled and said, "I only need one eye to see heaven." That's faith in its rawest form, the refusal to stop creating even when vision blurs. And that's you. In the symphony of Bach's Mass in B minor, there's a quiet movement where violins tremble like wings under pressure before soaring into light. That moment mirrors your story. Your trembling was not the end, it was the prelude to your ascent. Your physical exhaustion wasn't depression, it was divine alchemy. Your emotional heaviness wasn't hopelessness, it was recalibration. They that wait upon the Lord shall renew their strength, they shall mount up with wings as eagles. Isaiah 40-31. The darkness pressed. Yes, but it only proved that your light was worth the battle. Psychologists might call this spiritual somatization, when emotional energy translates into physical sensation. Physicists might say your body entered a low-frequency field. Theologians would call it warfare. I call it calibration, your cells learning to hold heaven's voltage. Remember Pharaoh, the oppressor who thought his control was permanent? His heart hardened against Moses until the waters themselves rose as witnesses. His empire drowned in the very sea he used to threaten others. That is divine symmetry. The same energy sent to suppress you now serves as your evidence. And here's the truth few understand. What they called weakness was actually data proof that your system was expanding. You were not collapsing, you were evolving. Like a star entering supernova, your energy field was preparing for rebirth. For when I am weak, then I am strong. 2 Corinthians 12:10. From my own study and living experience, I've learned this: when life shakes, it's not always punishment, it's proof that new architecture is being laid in your soul. Emotional turbulence is not chaos, it's construction. And once the scaffolding falls away, all that remains is strength shaped by suffering. So, to those still in the storm, share your story. Tell the world how you survived what was meant to silence you. Someone out there is fighting unseen battles and needs your proof that light doesn't break, it bends into brilliance. Rise again. Chosen one. The mud you trudged through was holy ground. Your fatigue was the labor of birth. Your body was never failing, it was fighting for the life of your purpose. You are the evidence that darkness cannot cancel destiny. That whisper in your mind telling you that you weren't worthy, that you should walk away from your blessing, that was not your voice. That was enemy propaganda. A psychological operation from the unseen realm designed to make you disqualify yourself from the very throne heaven built for you. But the plan has failed spectacularly. The same net they cast for you has tangled their own feet. He made a pit and dug it, and has fallen into the hole which he made. Psalm 7:15. They crafted illusions like architects of delusion. But the geometry of deceit cannot stand under divine gravity. What was meant to derail you only redirected you closer to your purpose. Every manipulation became a compass. Each betrayal a breadcrumb leading you home. It is a divine paradox. Their warfare became your workshop. Now panic breathes in their shadows. The architects of deception are watching their empire crack from the inside. Their walls, once fortified with pride, are closing in like ancient cities collapsing beneath divine thunder. Every thought haunts them. Every silence screams guilt. They kneel in prayer, not out of repentance, but fear. The same tongues that once cursed your name now tremble with desperate Hail Marys. They thought power was found in secrecy, but heaven's light has no respect for the dark. Their prayers have no resonance because their frequency is built on fraud. You cannot mimic faith. It is not an act. It is an alignment. And now, the vibration of judgment hums through every lie they once told. They're living in what I call spiritual paranoia, a state where your conscience vibrates at the frequency of judgment. They can't rest. The body shakes. The heart races. The mind loops the same question: when will the consequence arrive? The irony, it already has. Be sure your sin will find you out. Numbers 32-23. Their bodies are laboratories of fear now, adrenaline replacing peace, insomnia replacing sleep. They live in constant feedback of their own vibrations. Each heartbeat echoes the warning they ignored. They've become haunted not by demons, but by data proof that divine law is self-correcting. Every phone ring makes their pulse spike. Every knock on the door sounds like retribution. They're waiting for the other shoe to drop. And deep within, they already know it won't be a shoe. It will be the sword of divine correction. Their senses betray them now. The air feels heavy. The night whispers their guilt. What they call anxiety is really awareness, spirit recognizing justice on the horizon. Like Cain, wandering after Abel's blood, cried from the ground. They know their actions echo in eternity. There is no silence deep enough to bury truth that has been spoken in heaven's court. And still, some of them are crawling back to the same spiritual practitioners who warned them not to meddle in sacred design. Imagine that desperation, returning to the very one who said, "Don't do this, it will destroy you." But arrogance blinds before it burns. Now, trembling and hollow-eyed, they beg for reversal spells, for shields, for loopholes in laws they mocked. They've discovered that some laws are not human, not negotiable, not bendable. It is a tragic irony. The very gatekeepers they ignored now pity them. They are seeking refuge from the same forces they invited in. You cannot uninvite a spirit you paid to enter. You can only repent to the one who governs them all. They are finally learning that no transaction can replace transformation. Because this isn't karma, it's covenant. Touch not my anointed ones, and do my prophets no harm. Psalm 105-15. They mistook the universe for a vending machine, thinking they could purchase blessings or bribe outcomes. But a covenant is not a currency, it's a contract. Heaven's law operates like quantum entanglement, once bound to divine purpose. Every thread of your life moves in synchronization with eternity. They have touched what was sealed, and the energy has recoiled like a divine boomerang. Some debts can't be erased by ritual. Only time and suffering can balance them. They crossed thresholds that heaven sealed, tampered with timelines that were never theirs to touch. What they attempted wasn't envy, it was spiritual larceny. They tried to steal what was written in your divine blueprint. They wanted your purpose without your purification, your crown without your cross. And this is where the physics of faith exposes them. Light cannot be stolen, only imitated, and imitation collapses when the true frequency appears. Their envy was not admiration, it was starvation of the soul. And when a soul starves long enough, it feeds on shadows. But heaven records theft with perfect precision. And the penalty for stealing from the chosen is not one the mortal mind can comprehend. For it is a fearful thing to fall into the hands of the living God. Hebrews 10:31. Judgment is not always thunder, sometimes it's silence that never leaves. Their laughter fades, their alliances rot, and the echo of their pride becomes their prison. The mercy they denied others has been measured back to them in absence. Grace withheld becomes gravity increased. Now they are witnessing the echo of their own energy. The same alliance that united them in wickedness is now splitting like dry wood under fire. Arguments ignite where agreements once stood. Their circle, the coven of jealousy, fractures from within. One accuses another. Another denies involvement. Each one clings to fragments of excuse. But truth has already burst into the room like morning light through stained glass. They are experiencing entropy, the scientific law that all systems decay when their source is corruption. Betrayal doesn't build, it bleeds. Their voices are now instruments of chaos. In a symphony, they compose themselves. This is what happens when a group gathers for darkness instead of light. There is no loyalty in shadow, no honor among spiritual thieves. When exposure comes, they scatter like roaches, scrambling from illumination. The light exposes all things hidden in darkness, Ephesians 5:13. And here's the poetic justice. The same light they tried to extinguish in you has now become their undoing. For light does not seek revenge, it simply reveals. Their exposure is not punishment, it's purification by consequence. In nature, we see this mirrored truth. When a serpent devours its own tail, it believes it's consuming power, but it's consuming itself. Poison doesn't know patience. The venom they release now circulates through their own systems. It's the law of ecosystems. Every predator that kills without balance eventually poisons its own habitat. Darkness feeds until it starves itself. Divine ecology corrects what human hands corrupt. History, too, holds an echo. Centuries ago, there was a nobleman named Sir Thaddeus Corrin, a man who betrayed his kingdom for gold. When his coup failed, his own conspirators turned on him in panic. They poisoned his chalice at the victory feast that never came. His story became a proverb in old Europe. He who buys betrayal dines alone. His legacy was erased, not by enemies, but by allies. Because corruption is cannibalistic, it cannot share a table long enough to survive. Psychologically, this is the collapse of a group mind under the weight of guilt resonance. When multiple minds unite in malicious intention, they create a shared frequency, one that amplifies their fear once their plan implodes, like a malfunctioning feedback loop in an audio chamber. Their own vibration becomes unbearable. And in neuroscience, we'd call it collective cognitive dissonance, the mind fragmenting under the realization that its justifications no longer hold. Spiritually, it's exposure. Physically, it's exhausting. Morally, it's justice. And yet, as chaotic as it sounds, this too is divine order. Because when darkness cannibalizes itself, light expands. What once hunted you is now destroying itself to the rhythm of justice. It's cosmic equilibrium, the law of divine thermodynamics. Energy cannot be destroyed, it can only be transformed. The darkness they sent your way has simply been transmuted back into light, and that light now fuels your ascension. Your task is not vengeance, it's vigilance. Watch how God concludes what he begins. No weapon formed against you shall prosper, Isaiah 54:17. Because vengeance is gravity, and gravity belongs to heaven. You need only rise, and let the fallen remain where they chose to descend. From where I stand as both a witness and a writer, the lesson is crystalline. When evil organizes, it always underestimates the architecture of righteousness. Sin builds on sand, holiness builds on bedrock. And when the waves of consequence come, one stands and the other sinks. Your pain was not for nothing, it was preparation. The walls you built in faith are now your fortress. The tears you cried are the mortar of your resilience. If you've ever felt betrayed, manipulated, or mocked for your faith, share your story. There is power in testimony. It multiplies light in the collective consciousness. Let your voice be the sound of survival. Your words, the blueprint of faith rebuilt. Because your story isn't just survival, it's scripture in motion. It's proof that darkness can wound but never win. Rise again. Chosen one. The roaches are scattering. The thieves are exposed. The tables have turned. You are the evidence that heaven defends its architects. And when you rise, rise not in revenge, but in radiance. For the battle is over, but your becoming has just begun. The energy that was once meant to bind them together in a mission against you has now mutated into poison, an acid eating through the very structure of their alliance. Their connection, built on deceit, has inverted itself into destruction. The vibration that once resonated in plotting now trembles with discord. Every kingdom divided against itself is brought to desolation. Matthew 12:25. They argue over who's to blame for the backfire, hurling accusations like shards of glass, unaware that each word they speak is cutting deeper into the walls of their own fate. Now they war among themselves, each one trying to outrun the gravity of accountability. One insists they only followed, another swears they were misled. But the universe has no confusion in its equations. Energy returns precisely to its origin. Their chaos is not random, it's the resonance of rebellion colliding with justice. They think they're arguing about plans, but they're actually standing in the courtroom of consequence. And in the midst of that implosion, there is one among them who feels the weight of regret pressing like a stone on their chest. This one, the hesitant conspirator, was pulled into the darkness by persuasion, by charisma, by the voice of a leader who promised power. They were told, you deserved the pain that was planned, that your confidence was arrogance, that your peace was pretense. But now the fog has lifted. They see you clearly, innocent, unarmed, simply building your life in quiet devotion. Father, forgive them, for they know not what they do. Luke 23:34. This remorseful soul now trembles at night, haunted not by spirits but by memory. How many times can they replay the same wrong before their heart breaks open in confession? They want to reach out, to apologize, to find redemption through honesty, but fear chains their courage. What if you reject them? What if your silence confirms what heaven already has? Their dilemma is the weight of justice itself. They have learned what theologians call the law of reflection, that divine energy doesn't punish, it educates. Yet here is the truth you already sensed. You don't need their apology to heal. You don't need their admission to validate your intuition. The universe has already confirmed what was hidden. For there is nothing covered that shall not be revealed, neither hid that shall not be known. Luke 12:2. And as heaven reveals, the mirror turns. Those who wished for your downfall now taste the bitterness of their own designs. They who tried to curse love now watch their own unions decay like fruit left in the sun. Those who sent lack into your finances now stare at accounts bleeding numbers they cannot explain. They who mocked your creativity now wander through droughts of inspiration, their ideas turning to dust. This is not coincidence, it's symmetry. Divine reciprocity is exact. What they projected is what they now live. And in their silent moments, they know they can connect every loss, every delay, every heartbreak back to one moment of arrogance. They whisper, "Why is this happening?" Yet the answer lives in their memory. Knowing does not cancel the consequence. Awareness does not erase the debt. For whatever a man sows, that shall he also reap. Galatians 6-7. Some of them now move through life with hollow eyes and trembling hands. Their smiles are masks, their laughter brittle. It looks like depression. But it's something deeper, what mystics call spiritual consequence, manifesting in emotional form. They drink to silence the echo. They eat to fill the void. They buy to feel alive. But nothing satisfies. Their joy has been repossessed by justice. Even blessings taste bitter when guilt is unhealed. One woman I once met, named Erin from Dublin, told me she spent years resenting a friend's success until her own business failed. When I finally blessed her aloud instead of envying her, my heart felt lighter, she said. That's when my own doors began to open. Her story is proof that envy corrodes first the vessel that carries it. Their indulgence is their punishment. They seek pleasure as anesthesia for a wound only repentance can close. The human psyche, in psychological terms, enters cognitive inversion, a state where the mind protects itself by pretending innocence while the soul confesses in silence. The tension between the two creates internal decay. Meanwhile, The heavens are still moving pieces in your favor. Truth travels now, like light breaking through fog, and your divine partner begins to see what was done behind closed doors. Messages surface. Dreams reveal. People start speaking. What was whispered in the dark is shouted in daylight. The truth shall set you free. John 8:32. Your connection, once attacked, is now fortified. The very attempt to destroy it became the forge that strengthened it. How poetic that two souls can emerge stronger after surviving a war neither of them saw with physical eyes. Angels fought beside you while you slept. Your ancestors guarded the gates of your destiny. Their ancestors now kneel in reluctant awe, realizing they were part of something wholly beyond comprehension. This is what divine physics looks like. Frequency synchronization across realms. Two hearts once assaulted by interference now resonate at the same vibration. Their unity hums like harmonic resonance in a cathedral of unseen sound. The universe celebrates equilibrium restored. But there is one more revelation: the ringleader, the orchestrator of all this, is now facing a consequence more severe than the rest. They were the mouthpiece of malice, the general of jealousy. They summoned darkness without understanding that darkness collects interest. Their health declines mysteriously. Their allies abandon them. The mirror of their actions shows no mercy. Like Judas, they're learning that silver bought in betrayal cannot purchase peace. For all they that take the sword shall perish with the sword. Matthew 26:52. Their empire of manipulation is collapsing under spiritual entropy. No kingdom built on ego survives the laws of divine architecture. What they built was never a structure, it was scaffolding, waiting to fall. And as for you, the one who endured you, are now stepping into divine confirmation. The same forces that tried to suppress you now amplify your name. The same frequency once used against you has been recalibrated into favor. This is the paradox of providence. What was sent to the wound becomes the womb of transformation. From my own study and soul, here's what I've learned. When light is attacked, it doesn't fight, it expands. The persecution of the chosen is never about punishment, it's about preparation. You are evidence of divine architecture at work. Proof that alignment is stronger than attack. If you've ever survived being misunderstood, envied, or betrayed, share that story. Someone else, somewhere, is still drowning in doubt, waiting to hear that survival is possible. Your testimony may be their resurrection. So rise now, chosen one. Rise without apology. The smoke is clearing. The tables have turned. The mirror has spoken. The architect of your destiny is still building, and this time, he's building in public. Their consequences are no longer whispers in shadow, they are billboards in daylight. The collapse can be seen by everyone who once applauded them. What was stable now trembles like a decaying bridge. The ground beneath their confidence splits open. Relationships that once looked unbreakable dissolve like clay under rain. Opportunities they believed were guaranteed slip away as if eternity revoked its loan. Their downfall is visible, unedited. Live for all to witness. Be sure your sin will find you out. Numbers 32-23. Those around them feel the shift. Friends step back instinctively, sensing that their presence now carries the scent of consequence. People whisper not out of gossip but from awe. What happened to them? Someone asks. How did everything change so quickly? Another murmurs. It's not rumor, it's revelation. The universe is staging an exhibition of justice. This isn't private correction, it's spiritual theater. Heaven showing what happens when arrogance confronts divine order. And at the center of it all stands the ringleader. Cold, calculating, charismatic in the way a flame is beautiful before it burns. They moved through life as though immortal, mistaking mercy for immunity. They operated from ego, a psychology of self-worship. They weren't simply confident, they were convinced they could rewrite cosmic law. But pride, in the language of heaven, is gravitational. It always pulls the arrogant downward. Pride goes before destruction, and a haughty spirit before a fall. Proverbs 16:18. Their pattern was familiar. This was not their first manipulation, not their first spiritual heist. But this time, they touched what did not belong to them. They aimed at someone anointed, someone backed by a divine covenant. And divine law does not tolerate assault on its architects. The magnitude of their punishment mirrors the magnitude of their pride. The higher the tower of self-importance, the more devastating the collapse. Whoever exalts himself will be humbled. Matthew 23:12. Their peace has evaporated. Their health trembles. And the illusion of control disintegrates like mist in the morning. They tried to conquer destiny but ended up prisoners of consequence. Their insomnia isn't random, it's judgment wearing a human heartbeat. How many nights can one replay the same betrayal before the mind begins to echo the sound of its own downfall? Meanwhile, truth quiet. Relentless truth is emerging, like sunlight through shattered glass. Lies they crafted so carefully are now unraveling thread by thread. Manipulations are exposed in divine symmetry. Hidden communications surface. Eyes that were once blind begin to see. The stage they built for your humiliation has become the screen projecting their own undoing. For there is nothing hidden that will not be disclosed. Luke 8:17. They are terrified not of you, but of exposure. The mask they wore for years is melting. They see the reflection they can no longer edit. Public humiliation on a spiritual level feels like suffocation. Every breath reminds them of what they buried. Their reputation, once an idol, now becomes the very altar of their undoing. But understand this: divine protection is not passive. It is not a fragile glass dome. It's a kinetic field, alive, intelligent, reactive. When heaven protects its chosen, it doesn't merely shield, it strikes. It reflects energy with precision. No weapon formed against you shall prosper, and every tongue that rises against you in judgment you shall condemn. Isaiah 54:17. Your angels are not statues, they are soldiers. When your enemies attacked, they weren't just fighting you, they declared war on the architect of your destiny. And when the architect defends his design, he doesn't just restore the structure, he rebuilds the skyline. Divine protection functions like quantum physics. It transforms incoming energy into acceleration. What was meant to harm you becomes propulsion. You may ask yourself quietly, why did I feel so heavy during that season? Why did every door seem jammed when I was trying so hard to move forward? Because your spirit was absorbing interference. Your frequency was recalibrating against resistance. That sensation of being stuck wasn't failure, it was friction. The heat before breakthrough. But that season has ended. The interference is gone. The field around you hums with new clarity. Blockages have turned into pathways. The delays were rewrites. Heaven editing the timing for greater impact. You are now entering the stage of divine acceleration. What they tried to slow is now speeding toward you with multiplied force. The Lord will restore to you the years that the locust has eaten. Joel 2:25. In the world of architecture, when engineers test a bridge under extreme stress. The fractures that appear reveal where reinforcement is needed. You were that bridge tested, stretched, and strengthened. Every crack was instruction. Every ache was designed. Now you stand, not merely restored, but reinforced. And look at the irony. The same world that once doubted you now witnessed your rise. The same voices that gossiped are silent. This is not revenge, it's revelation. Your triumph isn't loud, it's luminous. In a letter, the 19th century composer Felix Mendelssohn once wrote, "The louder the storm, the more majestic the symphony. The chaos that once tried to drown you only turned your soul to heaven's key." So here is the lesson, the one written through both scripture and science. Pain and purpose. Divine justice is never delayed, it's deliberate. The laws of resonance ensure that whatever leaves one heart will return to its source, magnified. What they sent, they now live. What you endured, you now transcend. If this truth stirs something deep within you, tell your story. Share your testimony, not out of vengeance, but victory. Someone else needs proof that light doesn't retaliate, it rises. Rise. Chosen one. The walls that once held you now echo your freedom. The same universe that defended you is now accelerating you. Your name is clean. Your path is clear. And heaven is in motion. The storm has passed, and you are still standing. First, breathe. Release the ashes, the anger, the confusion, the weight that clung to you like residue from a fire. You never started it, no longer belongs in your hands. You don't need to dissect every wound or demand to know every detail of divine justice. The universe has already issued its verdict. Vengeance is mine. I will repay, saith the Lord. Romans 12:19. The court of heaven has ruled, and your role now is not plaintiff or witness, it is survivor. Your assignment is motion. Keep building, keep walking, keep trusting the geometry of your path. Because the greatest revenge isn't vengeance at all, it's transcendence. It's rising so completely that those who plotted your downfall can only watch in awe as grace outgrows their gravity. Let them see what they failed to stop. Let them watch the very union they tried to sabotage bloom into legacy. Let them stand at a distance as abundance flows into your life, like a river breaking its dam, unstoppable, undeniable, divine. You prepare a table before me in the presence of my enemies. Psalm 23:5. And here's the mystery. This battle didn't break you, it activated you. Resistance has refined you into spiritual steel. The warfare trained your intuition to move at higher frequencies. You've developed what the ancients might have called discernment, and scientists today might describe as energetic pattern recognition. You can sense misalignment before words are spoken. You read atmospheres now, not just faces. You carry an inner radar that exposes deceit hidden behind smiles. Can you feel the difference inside you? You're not who you were before the fire. Something sacred shifted. Every attack served as calibration, tuning your soul into heaven's exact resonance. What once weakened you has now welded you into wisdom. You've graduated from reaction to revelation. Because, chosen one, this wasn't simply an attack, it was an initiation. Every strike was an invitation to step into divine authority. Every tear was a baptism. Every rejection was an elevation. And you passed the test. The seal of divine protection around you has thickened into an impenetrable frequency. No weapon that is formed against you shall prosper. Isaiah 54-17. Now, your divine union stands under the same celestial covering. It's not mere romance, it's an assignment. The connection between you and your ordained partner carries an encoded purpose written into the fabric of time. This partnership is meant to build, to bless, to birth. It will plant seeds that grow into businesses, ministries, and movements. It will fund dreams, feed families, and create systems of hope that echo long after you're gone. They tried to destroy it because they mistook love for luxury, destiny for desire. They saw two hearts aligned, and envy blurred their vision. But heaven saw something else entirely: mission, what God has joined together. Let no man separate, Mark 10:9. That's not just a verse, it's a law of divine architecture. Every attempt to sever what heaven seals becomes self-sabotage. In physics, resonance occurs when two objects vibrate at the same natural frequency and amplify each other's energy. That's what divine unions do. They magnify heaven's signal on earth. You and your partner are resonators of purpose. You were never just drawn together by emotion, but by design. Meanwhile, those who interfered are unraveling under the entropy of envy. They tried to copy your light without understanding its source. They wanted your energy signature, your anointing, or your assignment, but these cannot be replicated. They can only be received. They thought they could redirect what was written for you, like thieves attempting to rewrite physics. But destiny is not data, it's DNA. It's coded, sealed, and sacred. There's an ancient parable rarely mentioned outside old monastic texts, the tale of Lucien of Carthage, a merchant who tried to steal a prophet's blessing by wearing his cloak. The garment fit, but the spirit didn't. Within days, Lucien lost everything he owned, because blessings borrowed without permission burn the borrower. Such is the law of divine substitution. You cannot inherit what you haven't endured for. Their jealousy was not admiration, it was delusion, a spiritual psychosis, convincing them that proximity to the chosen could equal possession of their power. But envy feeds on illusion until it starves. They watched your rise with bitterness, not realizing that imitation of light always ends in self-combustion. Nature itself mirrors this truth. The moth sees the flame and mistakes it for paradise until it touches it. So too, those who reached for your anointing found themselves scorched by what they could not understand. The fire that fuels you is holy. It purifies you, but punishes those who misuse it. And yet, through all this, your story sings of grace. The experience has sculpted your discernment, your confidence, your divine composure. You now move differently, slower, wiser, lighter. You understand that peace is not passive, it's power under control. Here lies the author's reflection. Spiritual warfare doesn't define you, it refines you. Just as pressure transforms carbon into diamonds, adversity activates your divine infrastructure. You were never buried, you were planted. Growth was simply happening underground. So what should you do now? Tell your story. Testify without vengeance. Share how the pain became a prophecy. Someone, somewhere, is still in their own fire, wondering if they'll ever rise again, and your story will be the oxygen they need. And when you rise, and you will rise, do it quietly, magnificently, without looking back. Let your success preach the sermon no words could. The universe already fought for you, now it celebrates through you. The Lord will fight for you, and you have only to be still. Exodus 14:14. Rise. Chosen one. Rise like dawn over the ruins. The war was never about destroying you. It was about discovering you. The darkness only revealed what could not be dimmed. Your name is written in light now. Your steps are measured in purpose. And the heaven that defended you now propels you forward. They watched you ascend not as witnesses of inspiration, but as prisoners of comparison. Your victory didn't awaken admiration, it ignited resentment. Instead of learning from your light, they tried to smother it, hoping that darkness would make them glow. But that's not how light behaves. Light is not competitive, it's contagious. And when one flame rises, it multiplies illumination. Yet they could not comprehend abundance. They were trapped in the physics of scarcity. They mistook divine allocation for limitation. They believed that your success somehow subtracted from theirs, as though blessings were a finite resource rather than an infinite current. The Lord is my shepherd. I shall not want. Psalm 23:1, a truth they never absorbed. Their logic was flawed. They thought by dimming your flame they could redirect its reflection. But extinguishing another's fire only guarantees your own darkness. In trying to eclipse your light, they exiled themselves from their own. What made their act more insidious was their target, not your reputation, not your relationships, but your purpose work, the sacred assignment written into your soul before birth. They went for the architecture of your destiny. They didn't just block doors, they built counterfeit ones. They meddled in alignments orchestrated by heaven, disrupting introductions, delaying launches, sowing confusion among your supporters. Their interference was methodical, almost scientific, yet spiritually suicidal. For we can do nothing against the truth, but only for the truth. 2 Corinthians 13:8. They wanted you uncertain of your calling. They hoped the noise of their deceit would drown the melody of your mission. They whispered that you were unqualified, that your gifts were illusions, that your ambition was arrogance. But destiny has its own immune system. It rejects every false word spoken against it. The gifts and the calling of God are irrevocable, Romans 11:29. And indeed, your purpose may be delayed, but it cannot be destroyed. What heaven authors, no human hand can erase. Purpose operates like celestial orbit. It may be obstructed by passing shadows, but it never loses its path. The gravitational pull of divine will always restores alignment. They even tried to infiltrate your decision-making. They wanted to hijack your free will, to make you choose a smaller vision, a safer dream. At each crossroads, they whispered the language of fear, disguised as practicality. They made the narrow road appear reckless and the wide road appear wise. Yet the soul recognizes its own map. Something in you refused their hypnosis. Your intuition cuts through the illusion like lightning across fog. A woman once told me, a seamstress named Lila from Nairobi, that envy was the needle that tore her friendships apart. When my friend opened her shop, she said, I felt threatened. But when I learned to celebrate her success, customers began to find mine. Her quiet truth revealed a cosmic law. Joy multiplies when shared. Jealousy divides until it disappears. The same law applied to your enemies. Their attempt to manipulate your journey exposed their own stagnation. They became architects of their own confusion. Psychologists call this projection bias, believing that another's growth must mirror your limitations. But spiritually, it's deeper. It's rebellion against divine sequencing. You were designed like a harmonic frequency, your path vibrating at a wavelength no imitation can reach. That's why their interference failed. Their energy simply couldn't resonate with your assignment. It's quantum law cloaked in theology. Frequencies that don't match cannot merge. What fellowship has light with darkness? 2 Corinthians 6:14. They tried to substitute themselves into your script, to copy your energy signature like counterfeiting sacred currency. But destiny doesn't function like paper, it's more like DNA. You can't clone it, you can only corrupt yourself trying. In the heavenly record, there are no forgeries that last. Every imitation eventually collapses under the weight of authenticity. In the Renaissance, there was a painter named Leone Battista, forgotten by history because he spent his life imitating Michelangelo instead of finding his own expression. He died surrounded by sketches of other men's visions. His tragedy wasn't failure, it was a borrowed identity. And that's the curse of envy. It convinces souls to trade purpose for plagiarism. Nature, too, reflects this principle. The moon shines by reflection. But when it forgets its rhythm and blocks the sun, an eclipse occurs, momentary darkness that fools the world but cannot last. Your enemies played at eclipse, mistaking interruption for dominance. But the light always returns, and now their schemes lie in ruins, while your purpose stands intact. What they meant for delay became your development. What they hoped would confuse you has sharpened your clarity. You've learned to trust your own compass, to feel when the energy in the room shifts, to recognize when a smile hides sabotage. You now operate at a frequency they cannot reach, a resonance protected by spiritual insulation. Theologians might call it divine discernment. Physicists might call it vibrational shielding. I call it evidence that heaven has upgraded your awareness system. You've become both lightning and conductor, charged yet grounded, powerful yet peaceful. No weapon formed against you shall prosper. Isaiah 54:17 isn't a phrase anymore. It's physics wrapped in faith. Your energy field now repels anything not aligned with your assignment. So, where do you go from here? Rise higher. Tell your story, not from bitterness, but from brilliance. Let the lessons of envy become lanterns for others walking in similar storms. Share your journey so that someone trapped in comparison might rediscover creation. Because your ascent isn't just personal, it's prophetic. You are proof that purpose cannot be stolen, that light cannot be dimmed, and that heaven never loses a blueprint. Rise again, chosen one. Rise like an anthem breaking through silence. The very people who feared your success will one day learn that it was never competition, it was confirmation. You were not meant to fight for space, you were designed to create it. And now, the universe expands with your name written into its structure. There is a strange energy lingering in the aftermath, a hollow vibration that echoes through the very lives of those who tried to play God. They thought they could buy destiny, that through sacrifice and manipulation they could rewrite heaven's blueprint. They made offerings in darkness, believing light could be traded like currency. They paid in gold, time, and blood energy, thinking the universe could be bribed into betrayal. For what shall it profit a man if he gains the whole world, but loses his soul? Mark 8:36. They gave up real things for illusions. Some traded love for control, peace for power, integrity for influence. They sacrificed relationships that once anchored them, spouses, children, friends, convinced that your fall would validate their emptiness. Some used innocent symbols in their rituals, a child's toy, a strand of hair, a photograph of someone pure. They defiled innocence in pursuit of envy's promise. They were willing to destroy anything sacred. Unaware that such energy is like acid, it dissolves the vessel that contains it first. And now they stare at their ruins, realizing the trade was never worth it. They sold their peace to purchase your pain, but all they bought was debt. They sow the wind, and they shall reap the whirlwind. Hosea 8-7. Their tragedy is not just moral, it's metaphysical. In the laws of divine physics, energy cannot be stolen, only redirected. And what they sent out now circles back in amplified form. Their investments in darkness were not symbolic, they were literal. Money exchanged hands. Contracts whispered in candlelight. Practitioners promising to block your blessings. They believed influence could be bought the way one buys stock. The more they paid, the more effective they thought the curse would be. It was delusional economics, spiritual capitalism built on ignorance. You cannot purchase power over someone heaven protects. Touch not mine anointed, and do my prophets no harm. Psalm 105-15. Each coin they spent fell like a curse on their own foundation. They spent what could have built their future to finance their failure. Some of them are now in financial freefall, watching accounts dry up. Opportunities evaporate. Partnerships crumble. The same energy exchange they believed would hurt you has become their own black hole, draining everything they possess. You cannot gamble with destiny and expect the odds to favor you. What's more, they sacrificed not only money but meaning. They gambled with what psychologists call cognitive morality, the part of the soul that distinguishes right from wrong. Once that compass is shattered, every decision becomes distorted. Envy had rewired their reasoning, making madness appear strategic. They gave up their own divine frequency for static. A taxi driver named Raphael from Lisbon once shared with me a simple truth. He said, "I spent years resenting the people who had what I didn't. Every time I cursed their luck, my car broke down the next day." He smiled faintly in the rearview mirror. So I stopped cursing. I started blessing. Now my car runs better than I do. His words were unpolished, yet profoundly cosmic, proving that grace travels through ordinary mouths. This is the tragedy of envy. It always demands a sacrifice. It convinces people to trade the present for a future that was never theirs to own. They mortgaged their peace for a counterfeit prophecy. They invested in rituals like gamblers chasing a phantom jackpot. In the language of energy science, they were feeding chaos with intention, unaware that chaos always consumes its source. In the book of Proverbs it is written, "Whoever digs a pit will fall into it, and if someone rolls a stone, it will roll back on them." Proverbs 26-27. That verse now plays out in real time. Their rituals boomerang. Their words return like storms. Their nights are sleepless, not from guilt, but from spiritual recoil. And yet the universe, in perfect symmetry, has recorded every frequency, every transaction. Nothing evaporates, it transmutes. They mistook silence for absence, thinking divine law was idle. But justice often moves like tectonic plates, slow, silent, and unstoppable. Their fate mirrors a principle known in physics as resonant collapse, when a structure vibrates at its own frequency until it self-destructs. That's what envy does. It aligns perfectly with the energy of destruction until it devours itself, like an opera house echoing its own shattering note. Some among them have already begun to realize this. They look at what they lost, the friendships, the faith, the sense of identity, and whisper inwardly, "Was the price worth it?" Their hearts know the answer before their lips do, and through it all, you stand untouched, chosen, luminous. You didn't fight their rituals, you transcended them. You didn't need to lift a sword because heaven had already raised a shield. No weapon formed against you shall prosper. Isaiah 54:17. Your enemies didn't lose to you, they lost to divine order. This entire episode, as tragic as it was, birthed revelation. It proved that destiny is not a fragile thread, it's reinforced steel in heaven's architecture. You were never in danger, you were in refinement. The interference didn't interrupt your journey, it upgraded your armor. Every plot against you became an investment in your endurance. And as for the tools of your advancement, you carry something they could never purchase: divine awareness. You now understand that spiritual warfare operates like quantum resonance. The observer changes the outcome simply by standing in faith. You shifted your reality without striking back. That is mastery. A musician once said that the silence between notes is what makes music powerful. That's divine wisdom in practice. The pause between your pain and your victory is not emptiness, it's design. In that stillness, the heavens recalibrated your path. So yes, you've won, but not through revenge. Not through retaliation, but through radiant restraint. The divine justice system has already delivered its verdict. And now, your only task is to move forward unburdened, unbothered, unbreakable. Rise, chosen one. Rise without the need to explain. Rise because heaven already announced your vindication. The war has ended. The stage is cleared. And the world is about to witness the architecture of divine recompense unfold around your name. Destiny doesn't malfunction, it recalibrates. What they built for your downfall has been absorbed into the machinery of your rise. The very frequencies they once weaponized against you are now recoded to empower your ascent. What was meant to enslave your consciousness has become the algorithm of your liberation. This is not another hollow meditation. This is declassified divine technology. He makes all things work together for good. To those who love him and are called according to his purpose. Romans 8:28. The destiny engine operates on sacred architecture, consciousness re-engineered into coherence. It's the spiritual equivalent of alchemy, transforming pain into propulsion, betrayal into blueprint. Your mind, once targeted by manipulation, now functions like an upgraded operating system, sovereign, luminous, untouchable. The same code your enemies used to install fear and scarcity has been rewritten into frequencies of sovereignty and abundance. Psychologists might call it neuroplastic transmutation, mystics call it awakening. You are no longer reactive, you are resonant. The most difficult action you'll ever take now is to sit in stillness. Put on your headphones and allow the divine frequencies to do their silent work while your enemies, unaware, keep digging their own graves. The collective upgrade has already begun. Consciousness across the chosen is sinking into a higher bandwidth. Heaven's software update is live. Behold, I make all things new. Revelation 21:5. What they meant to break you is now powering your rebirth. For those who mocked your stillness, they will soon realize it was strategy, not stagnation. Start the engine, and you'll feel it, that holy hum beneath your ribs, that sacred electricity aligning your steps. The same field of energy they tampered with now runs on grace. Every lie they tell becomes the data God uses to reconfigure your reality. Every curse they cast becomes the code your spirit reprograms into expansion. And now, as the light rises, your enemies are being summoned to face the very equations they authored. They can no longer outrun what they've written. The law of cause and effect, both spiritual and quantum, has engaged. What they set in motion must now complete its cycle. Do not be deceived. God is not mocked, for whatsoever a man soweth, that shall he also reap. Galatians 6-7. Some of them are sitting in sterile rooms now, across from counselors, confessing what they don't fully understand, that their obsession turned into affliction. The guilt has become its own haunting. Others have run to the altars, trying to buy back innocence with confession. But divine law does not deal in shortcuts. Forgiveness removes sin, but it doesn't erase the echo. Mercy redeems the soul, not the consequences. They are learning what every soul eventually must. You cannot undo the vibration of an action simply by regretting it. You can't burn a field and pray it grows back overnight. The universe keeps perfect ledgers, and every energy transaction must find its equilibrium. There's always a season of balance, and that season, their season, is now. They are discovering that divine justice has no blind spots. The eyes of the Lord are in every place, keeping watch on the evil and the good. Proverbs 15-3. Their prayers for mercy echo through the heavens, but meet silence that remembers every tear they caused you to cry. Not out of cruelty, but out of cosmic symmetry. The irony is striking. They once mocked you for believing in unseen power, and now they beg that same unseen power for release. This is the paradox of arrogance. It laughs at faith until faith becomes the only lifeline left. Their worlds are collapsing like glass towers under divine vibration. Every lie they built on now fractures. Every false alliance dissolves. There is one among them, trembling quietly, who now understands too late. They whisper, "I never meant for it to go this far." But destiny doesn't pause for regret. Divine architecture doesn't halt mid-construction. Once the design has been activated, it fulfills itself completely. The theologian Karl Rahner once wrote, "The sinner's punishment is not imposed by God, but inherent in the act itself." That truth now unfolds in real time. They are not cursed, they are correcting. Every sleepless night, every financial collapse, every friendship lost is not vengeance, but vibration. The system is self-adjusting, and in this great correction, you stand as testimony, the living evidence that heaven's protection is not passive. It is precise. It is aggressive. It is alive. When the chosen are attacked, heaven doesn't just defend it, recalibrates reality itself. This is divine mathematics in motion. You cannot assault a soul under contract with God without invoking the reaction of the entire celestial army. He shall give his angels charge over thee, to keep thee in all thy ways. Psalm 91-11. The enemies thought they were battling flesh, but they were fighting frequencies. They thought they were binding you, but they were energizing you. Their interference became the friction that forged your fire. The destiny engine was never external. It was encoded within you all along. In the 17th century, the painter Gian Lorenzo Bernini sculpted the ecstasy of Saint Teresa. Critics called it excessive, but the saint herself described it as the soul pierced by divine light until pain became glory. That's you now. What was once agony has become radiance. What was meant to destroy you became the sacred medium of your unveiling. And now, rise. Rise not as a survivor, but as a sovereign. The universe has recorded every injustice. balanced every scale, rewritten every curse into code that now accelerates your evolution. Rise because your silence was never a weakness, it was calibration. Rise because your stillness was never defeated, it was synchronization. Rise because the war is over, and your crown is waiting. The Lord will fight for you, you need only to be still. Exodus 14:14. You are no longer the target, you are the template. The prototype of divine reclamation, and heaven smiles. For the engine of destiny has turned, and you, chosen one, are finally in motion. We've reached the end of this revelation. But this is not the end of your story. If you've stayed with me through every word, then you already know this wasn't just a message. It was a mirror, showing you who you've always been beneath the pain, the doubt, and the misunderstanding. It was heaven's reminder that you were never crazy, you were called. They called you delusional for believing in unseen promises. They mocked your hope while living inside their fear. They laughed at your vision because it exposed the smallness of theirs. But faith doesn't need validation. Faith is the evidence of what the world cannot yet comprehend. And now, those same voices are trembling, their confidence shattered, crying for the deliverance they once told you didn't exist. They tried to bury your name, but they didn't realize you were a seed. Every insult became fertilizer, every betrayal, a storm that watered your purpose. The soil of your suffering has now turned sacred, and what they thought was your ending became your emergence. You were never fighting for attention, you were being prepared for an assignment. When God chooses someone, isolation becomes initiation. The silence you endured wasn't punishment, it was training. Heaven was building your endurance in private before honoring you in public. That pain wasn't proof of weakness, it was proof of worth. The delays weren't denials, they were divine edits, ensuring that what's written for you could never be stolen. Now the balance has shifted. The same energy they used to harm you is now fueling your rise. The same mouths that cursed you will soon announce your victory. The same people who tried to erase your light will need it to find their way. The stone that the builders rejected has become the cornerstone. Psalm 118:22. You are that cornerstone, the foundation of a new era, built from the fragments of what tried to destroy you. Your name will no longer be whispered with ridicule, but with reverence. This is the season where what was hidden will be revealed. What was stolen will be restored, and what was delayed will be delivered. You are walking proof that the chosen are never forsaken, they are refined. No weapon formed against you shall prosper. Isaiah 54:17. The fire that surrounded you was not meant to burn you, it was designed to announce you. So, as you rise, remember this: your story isn't just yours. It belongs to every soul that's been underestimated, every believer who's been laughed at, every visionary who's been told their dreams were impossible. You carry their hope now. You are the living testimony that light always wins. Don't hide your brilliance anymore. Don't dim your fire to make others comfortable in their shadows. Don't apologize for being chosen. The world needs what you carry, your voice, your gift, your story. It's time to let it breathe. And if this message resonated with you, if it stirred something deep within your spirit, share it. Spread it like wildfire. Someone out there is one message away from not giving up. Hit the like button if your heart felt the truth of these words. Leave a comment below. Tell me where you are in your journey. Tell me what part of this message spoke to you the most. And if you haven't already, subscribe not just to follow, but to stay connected with a community of chosen souls rising together in light and purpose. To those who've supported through super thanks, memberships, or simply through prayer and encouragement, thank you. You are part of this movement of divine awakening. You are the heartbeat of this message. Your belief, your presence, your kindness, they are energy. They ripple outward, touching lives you may never meet but have already changed. And even if you've never given a cent, your time here matters. Your attention, your engagement, your faith, that's the real currency of light. Thank you for staying, for feeling, for believing. Now, before you go, I want to speak this blessing over you. May your path be illuminated by peace that surpasses understanding. May your name be spoken in rooms filled with opportunity. May every storm that once frightened you now serve to water your harvest. May those who cursed you find healing through the mercy that spared you. May your dreams move from vision to manifestation, and your heart from endurance to expansion. And may you never again mistake isolation for abandonment, for heaven never left you. It was building you in silence. You are proof that what is divine cannot be destroyed. You are the echo of every prayer your ancestors whispered in the dark. You are heaven's rebuttal to every lie told about you. So rise now, rise with authority. Rise with humility. Rise knowing you are loved, protected, and destined. The war is over. The lessons have been learned. And the light within you has only grown stronger through every shadow you've walked through. They called you crazy, but heaven called you necessary. They called you lost, but destiny called you chosen. And now the world will know your name, not because you demanded it, but because you became it. Thank you for walking this path with me. Thank you for surviving the storms, for believing in light, for staying faithful when everything told you to quit. Until next time, keep standing, keep shining, and never forget, your story isn't over, it's just beginning. God bless you, chosen ones. May grace follow you. May peace protect you. And may your light never dim again. How long can innocence be crushed before heaven erupts? How far can the wicked stretch their hands toward glory before fire rains down? And when the last laugh fades, who will still be standing? The ones who plotted your ruin, or the one God himself has chosen? Chosen one. This is no longer a hidden story whispered in the dark. This is the hour when God's wrath ignites like thunder cracking across a silent sky. Every treachery, every stolen honor, every night you wept in secret has been carved into heaven's courtroom as evidence. Vengeance is mine, I will repay, says the Lord, Romans 12:19, and the repayment has already begun. The same hands that tried to bury you are trembling under the weight of their own schemes. And you, the one they thought finished, are rising as God's living proof. Under the crushing weight of betrayal, your soul has been reforged in holy fire. Under the glare of their false glory, your true crown has been hidden until this very hour. Isaías 60:1 declares, arise, shine, for your light has come, and the glory of the Lord rises upon you. Their empire collapses brick by brick, but your foundation is being laid in gold. If this fire is already burning in your chest right now, mark this moment by dropping 777 inches, the comments to say, I will not be defined by their lies. And to every single supporter who has sown into this mission, especially through Super, thanks, your faith and generosity are not forgotten. You are the echo that carries this truth past the noise. Stay with me, because the next part of this message will not just tell you what's happening, it will show you why your pain has turned into a weapon heaven is now wielding. What comes next isn't survival, it's reversal. The atmosphere has shifted. Justice is moving. And in a moment, you'll see exactly how God is about to turn their demand for glory into their downfall. God's chosen ones. God's wrath ignites the innocent broken. The wicked demand glory. They didn't merely stain your name, they arraigned their own souls in a cosmic courtroom and signed the docket with ink that does not fade. When falsehoods marched against you, it wasn't small-town chatter drifting away with a weekend breeze, it was a campaign precise as a scalpel, cold as a winter blade, aimed to strip you of dignity and rename you in public. Yet the judge who bringeth forth thy righteousness as the light was present, Psalm 37:6, and the record stands. They did not simply twist events, they engineered narratives and sold tickets to the spectacle. The pain that hums through bone when a story is forged about you has a physics to it. Slander acts like a weaponized frequency, a dark resonance tuned to shatter identity at its natural frequency. Saying, "You made a mistake," is conflict. Declaring, "You are the mistake," is character assassination. They tried to drape your innocence in their guilt and counted on applause. Yet an eye keener than any stitch still rules, for nothing is secret that shall not be made manifest. Luke 8:17. Reversal, however, is written into creation. Soil meant for burial becomes a nursery. Dirt to a seed is not a grave, but a greenhouse for roots. Under pressure, ice undergoes regulation, refreezing along stronger lines, and bamboo in monsoon, rainbows without breaking. Then returns upright. The peregrine falcon dives and partners with gravity to rise in power. Their words tried to bury you. Nature keeps telling a different story of resilience that refuses to be cancelled. Somewhere in the middle of the storm, quiet questions begin to rise from the heart. Where did their boldness spring from, power or panic? Which part of your calling dimmed when they renamed you? What room in your inner house stayed locked because a rumor stood guard? And when dawn breaks, will your life be only the scar, or the healer who carries it? They targeted you because control slipped from their grasp. Fabricated fables are never invested in those who carry no weight. Your presence recalibrated the room's gravity, and insecure hearts, feeling their orbit wobble, resorted to counterfeit astronomy and cast you as the eclipse. Their gossip sprinted hard. Yet the lip of truth shall be established forever, but a lying tongue is but for a moment. Proverbs 12:19. Sprints end, sunrises endure, time conducts its forensic audit, and masks peel under the heat lamp of providence. None of this was careless, it was calculated. Smiles on stage, poison in the wings, rumors conducted like a pit orchestra until strangers hummed suspicions. Predators misread the hour when prey remembers its teeth. Under scrutiny, integrity finds its form in psychology. Their barbs expose projection and cognitive dissonance. In physics, your purpose is signal, and their noise only sharpens the signal-to-noise ratio. History echoes your moment. Ignaz Semmelweis, the Hungarian physician who warned that unwashed hands spread death, was ridiculed and marginalized. Later, the world named his warning wisdom and his name necessity. Truth often arrives as a minority report. Small at first, unstoppable later. This is why the promise stands. No weapon that is formed against thee shall prosper. Isaiah 54:17. Not as license for carelessness, but as courage for precision. The architecture of your identity is not a pop-up tent. The master builder lays courses with intention, faith as footing, character as the load-bearing wall, hope as the flying buttress that keeps a cathedral upright in storm. Their lies tried to introduce structural fatigue, and grace quietly redistributed the load. Under this banner, the arts lend a single, steady chord, as the hymn declares. A mighty fortress is our God. The fortress is not for permanent hiding, it is refuge to regain strength before striding back into daylight. Reputation tempered like steel from a furnace. Inevitably, accusations turn mirror bright. They shouted, unstable, and slipped on the oil they poured. They cried, dishonest, while their own timelines contradicted themselves. They stamped problem across your forehead and walked out, wearing it like a billboard. Entropy catches their castles, scaffolds groan, facades cannot bear the load of pretense. Time does not just cancel lies, it converts them into evidence about the liar's character. Courage also wears ordinary clothes. Lena, a junior teacher from a coastal town, refused to alter grades for a favored student. Whispers rose, rigid, unfair, jealous, and for months she walked beneath that weather. An audit finally surfaced, spotless records and gentle emails urging tutoring, and the supposed scandal broke like a wave against a seawall of evidence. The principal apologized. Students applauded. Jacaranda blossoms on her morning walk scattered like violet confetti seasons shift. And narratives do too. As for a clear antagonist, consider Darrow, a mid-level executive who fancied himself a kingmaker. He fed anonymous tips through rumor pipelines to cripple rivals, polished in diction and hollow in ethics. Consequences arrived with chat logs, timestamps, and payouts. Contracts dissolved, mentorships evaporated, and Darrow learned the sound of a vacuum when applause stops, silence that roars. Predators don't retire, they are retired by truth. Courage must also stand on practical ground. Keep a careful ledger, timelines, emails, screenshots, names of witnesses. Present your case once with calm clarity and verifiable facts. Decline the rumor circuit that trades in adrenaline, and then hand the remainder to time and to providence. The quiet discipline of evidence is not vengeance, it is stewardship. For nights that felt without end, hold this promise near, rejoice not against me. O mine enemy, when I fall, I shall arise. Micah 7-8. Silence is not surrender. Sometimes it is the acoustics where truth travels farthest. Root yourself like cedar while the stage lights are re-aimed. When your cue arrives, step forward with composure, with receipts, with a name that has been tried and found true. So rise, square your shoulders, reclaim the architecture of your calling. Stone by stone, close the rumor mill with evidence. Walk back into the rooms that once tried to erase you. The storm has met its match. Justice has a long stride. And truth keeps the room. The same mouths that turned against the innocent are suddenly remembering the truth, shaping apologies with trembling lips, while the architects of deception stand in the wreckage of their own blueprints. This is the cycle now opening beneath your feet. Their words did not merely bruise, they shackled the speakers to consequences. Like anchors, they forged themselves. when falsehood is hurled at one who carries light. Heaven does not misplace the file it records, and each lie becomes fresh ballast on the ankles of those still pretending to swim. A quiet doubt may circle your heart. Do you need to swing back? To rewrite the headlines? To clear your own name? The answer arrives like a gavel. The case has already moved to a higher court, and survival has already entered as Exhibit A. Silence was never weakness, it was sworn testimony. Testimony doesn't need to shout, it needs to endure. While you waited in what felt like stillness, the docket filled. For nothing is secret that shall not be made manifest, neither anything hid that shall not be known and come abroad. Luke 8:17. What happens next is retribution, yet not the kind you deliver. It is the kind that rearranges lives without theatrics. The kind that turns false words into spotlights that cannot be escaped. You will notice restlessness in rooms once dominated by certainty, a kiva in voices once smooth, stories tripping over their own feet as fabrications collide mid-sentence. That sound, faint then growing, is the ledger being settled. 4 questions rise like lanterns over a river at night, where, deep down, did your courage refuse to die? Which chapter of your calling has waited for this verdict to be read? What part of your heart still carries the label someone else slapped on it? And when the door finally swings wide, how much of your strength will you allow to stride through? You are not waiting for permission. You are witnessing the harvest of seeds you did not plant. Be not deceived, God is not mocked, for whatsoever a man soweth, that shall he also reap. Galatians 6-7. Creation itself keeps preaching your story with fresh metaphors. After a mountain wildfire, fireweed is often the first to burst through ash, magenta pennants, declaring the ground is not finished. Along black volcanic plains, new soil forms from cooled lava, and vineyards have been known to root in that unlikely earth. In winter's end, the snowdrop cuts a path through crusted ice with a green spear of hope, and somewhere far above coasts, the Arctic tern completes its vast migration, circling the planet with stamina that confounds maps, endurance. It turns out, writes clearer truth than gossip. Your name is tracing that kind of flight path steady. Prethise, impossible to cancel. The liars did not just offend you, they lied in front of the only witness that matters. So the verdict is not a rumor, it is written. No weapon that is formed against thee shall prosper, and every tongue that shall rise against thee in judgment thou shalt condemn. Isaiah 54-17. Condemnation here is not your rage, it is the quiet arrival of evidence that refuses to blink. Their restlessness, their revisions, their collapse into contradictions, that is the judgment reading itself aloud. A new antagonist steps into focus. Mercer, a regional campaign strategist admired for networking genius and his silver ribbon on every charity gala. He curated anonymous dossiers, nudged editors, and fed small fires that became public storms. The outcomes looked tidy until a pattern emerged. Timestamps, burner accounts, a payment routed through a shell foundation. Contracts paused, donors withdrew, a board seat vanished in a single closed-door vote. The awards on his wall could not intercept the emails stamped with his initials. The man who orchestrated silence was suddenly surrounded by it. Actions carry inertia. Character writes its own headline. Heaven's anger on your behalf is not theatrics, it is architecture. And he shall bring forth thy righteousness as the light, and thy judgment as the noonday. Psalm 37-6. The blueprint has load-bearing grace. Your role? Walk forward with dignity that does not rattle. Honor is returning to your name in ways that feel like morning shadows shrinking against the curb. Edges of things becoming crisp again. Do not spend one more heartbeat chasing someone else's downfall. Gravity is already working that equation. Your focus is ascent. Each measured step you take becomes a living exhibit, reminding the world who was guilty and who was clean all along. You may still hear the ghosts of rumor pass by your window at night. They are not omens, they are unpaid debts trying to collect themselves. Your story is not fading, the noise is. And for every private night that left you hollow, a line has been waiting, rejoice not against me. O mine enemy, when I fall, I shall arise. Micah 7-8. Rising here is not an idea, it is muscle, breath, calendar entries, a spine that learned how to stay straight under weight. It is the sacred discipline of holding your peace while heaven handles the math. There is more. Apologies will come in at odd hours, short messages, hesitant pauses in hallways, phone calls that begin with, I was wrong. Accept them or release them, either way. Their purpose is already complete. They mark the turning of the tide. And when fear whispers that the stain will remain, listen again. Thou preparest a table before me in the presence of mine enemies. Thou anointest my head with oil. Psalm 23-5. A table is not a hiding place. It is a stage for restored dignity. So stand tall. Do not shrink. Do not flinch. The same lies that threaten to erase you are now the drumline announcing your survival. And survival is the one chapter they will never overwrite. Lift your head, chosen one. Step back into your assignment. Walk like a verdict already delivered. A name already cleared. A light already seen across the valley. The debt is being called. The masks are dissolving. The room is tilting toward truth. Rise now, rise with holy calm, with steady breath, with a future that refuses to be postponed. They did not simply mistreat you, they took aim at the decree that lifted you. Their jeers weren't a critique of personality tics or awkward moments. They were a revolt against selection itself, a tantrum at the throne's decision to weight your name with gravity. This was never about petty dislike. It was defiance. They weren't furious about what you did. They were inflamed by who you are under a mandate they cannot edit. For promotion cometh neither from the east nor from the west, but God is the judge. He putteth down one and setteth up another. Psalm 75-6-7. That is why their attack felt dangerous. They weren't testing your manners, they were contesting jurisdiction. If anonymity had cloaked you, they would have scrolled past your life. But you walked into rooms with a quiet center, and the light re-angled. Fragile egos fracture under a simple truth. Favor is not a commodity they can bid for. Envy is never about your harvest. It is about their imagined entitlement to your field. The moment applause did not land where they rehearsed. They could not metabolize rejection. Rather than study their own scarcity mindset, a psychological feedback loop that turns comparison into corrosion, they nominated you as the enemy. The stone which the builders refused is become the headstone of the corner. Psalm 118-22. Rejection, repurposed, becomes architecture. A set of questions begins to stir beneath the ribs. Where did you first sense that your assignment carried weight beyond resume lines? Which door inside you has stayed closed because someone's verdict hovered in the hallway? What scripts did others write that never fit the cadence of your calling? And when the stage tilts your way again, how much authority will you allow your voice to carry? You are not the accident in their narrative. You are the exception that exposes the rules were stacked. Your presence acts like a mirror they cannot sidestep. Real power refuses to audition for approval. It runs on source, not on polls. Before I formed thee in the belly I knew thee, and before thou camest forth I sanctified thee. Jeremiah 1-5. That is selection, not popularity. It is calling, not choreography. They expected polish they could manage, a persona that would resonate with their club's frequency response. Instead, the choice fell on you, flawed yet watchful, tender yet immovable, creating a phase shift their social circuitry wasn't designed to handle. In systems theory, you altered the homeostasis of the group. In game theory, you refused the zero-sum frame where their win requires your erasure. What they mocked, heaven altered. For the Lord seeth not as man seeth, for man looketh on the outward appearance, but the Lord looketh on the heart. 1 Samuel 16-7. Selection isn't cosmetics, it is core sample. Their outrage was a resonance failure. They amplified noise, mistook it for signal, and discovered the room still tuned itself to your pitch. In the physics of light, envy tries to refract identity, bending it away from true course, yet the source remains coherent. In the language of architecture, God set a keystone over your arch. Pressure only locks the stones more tightly along the load path. Witness how holy blueprints work in ordinary streets. Mara is a municipal librarian who runs story hour after her morning shift. She speaks softly, archives carefully, and never plays the politics of glare. A new supervisor paraded metrics and belittled the quiet types. Budgets shifted away from community programs toward splashy campaigns. Whispers feathered the air. Mara lacks charisma. Mara is stuck in the past. Then the data arrived. Attendance graphs rose where her programs ran. Literacy outcomes spiked. Donor notes mentioned her by name. A city paper profiled the librarian rebuilding trust. One child at a time. The supervisor's presentation deck could not drown the footnotes of lives changed. In signal detection terms, the false positives, flash without fruit, collapsed. True positives, quiet labor with outcomes, stood luminous. They called your authenticity a threat because it disarmed their theater. I will have mercy on whom I will have mercy, Romans 9:15, cuts through the room like a plumb line. Mercy and mandate are not awarded by committees with clipboards. Their fury deepened each time your presence rerouted spotlights without begging for them. And yet, beneath theatrics, there is a second story. Your heart learning the quiet interval between battles, the slow breath, the sacred pause, the contemplative tempo where strategies mature and motives are sifted. In that hush, ye are a chosen generation, a royal priesthood, that ye should shew forth the praises of him who hath called you out of darkness into his marvelous light. 1 Peter 2-9. Identity becomes liturgy, movement becomes witness. They staged a campaign to prove you unremarkable, but the room kept recalibrating, as if an unseen meta-architecture governed the space. Picture a cantilevered bridge. The farther the reach, the more exact the counterweight. Your reach unsettled them because they could not see the counterweight prayer layered in pre-dawn hours. Disciplines hidden in the scaffolding of your days, where crowds demanded chandeliers. Heaven installed buttresses, where critics measured optics. Heaven measured load-bearing truth. The result was a structure that looked quieter than it was strong. A final pair of reflections moves the plot forward. You do not need to apologize for carrying a crown you did not craft. and you do not need to shrink to fit a doorway built to keep you out. There is tenderness in your eyes, compassion for those still trapped inside mirrors, and there is firmness too. You can bless a room while refusing its manipulation. You can serve without surrendering your center. Humble yourselves, therefore, under the mighty hand of God, that he may exalt you in due time. 1 Peter 5-6. Exaltation here is not glitter, it is placement, right piece, right beam, right span. So walk on. Let your steps land with the cadence of verdicts already read. Where their parody tried to detune you, hold pitch. Where labels tried to box you, widen the frame. Accept that some will misname providence as luck or politics. Keep building anyway. Your life is a sanctuary under construction, altar set. Columns true. Light wells opening. When doors swing, pass through them with a calm that needs no megaphone. Lift your head. Chosen one. Take your place on foundations that do not fail. Rise now, rise with holy gravity, with the poise of those who know whose signature is on the blueprint, with courage that turns rooms and heals them. Nothing unmasks pretenders faster than the rise of the authentic your rise. Your steady center made their theatrics look brittle. Your quiet strength made their volume sound like panic. The sting they feel is not about decibels. It is about truth. Your presence reminded them they were not passed over for being too soft-spoken, but for being untrue. This was never about quirks or misunderstandings. It was a revolt against selection itself. For promotion cometh neither from the east, nor from the west, but God is the judge. He putteth down one, and setteth up another. Psalm 75-6-7. That line didn't flatter you. It confronted them. They responded with a chorus of denial, as if noise could veto a decree. Picture a shore where hands are raised against the tide, not to worship, but to scold the moon for moving water, or a crowd beneath storm clouds issuing commands to the rain. Such protest doesn't reverse the weather. It reveals the folly of fighting laws that won't be bent by pride. For we can do nothing against the truth, but for the truth. 2 Corinthians 13-8. The harder they pushed against what was settled, the more they advertised why the mantle never rested on them. Here, 4 questions rise quiet. Incisive. Inescapable. Where did your courage first learn to breathe without an audience? Which label pasted on you by strangers still tries to govern your pace when the light tilts your way again? How much authority will you allow your voice to carry? And when the room tests you with applause or absence, will your center remain anchored to source or drift toward performance? The irony sharpened with every jab. Aligned hearts don't wage war on rightful decisions. They recognize them. People calibrated to truth don't spend oxygen dismantling what wasn't built by human hands. They bless. They study. They grow. But the insecure attempted to rewrite destiny with rumor and sabotage, and in doing so, stamped a verdict across their own foreheads. Unready. Jealousy is what failure wears when it refuses to admit the loss. Watch their tells brittle laughter, restless eyes, the strange need to perform indifference while craving attention. None of it rearranges the fact that there is no wisdom nor understanding nor counsel against the Lord. Proverbs 21:30. Your existence interrupted their script because authenticity bends light differently. John wrote, "The light shineth in darkness, and the darkness comprehended it not." John 1-5. That verse is not an insult to the dark. It is an explanation of why hostility intensified when you entered the scene with coherence. Coherence unsettles counterfeit order. You did not audition for a role. You walked in bearing assignment. They insisted you were an accident of timing. Heaven called you an answer to timing. A brief witness from the world of art reinforces the point. Makoto Fujimura, a contemporary painter known for integrating Japanese Nihonga techniques with faith-infused themes, often references kintsugi, the mending of shattered vessels with gold, arguing that repaired fractures can become the most beautiful lines. That is not hype, it is craft. Your story carries the same aesthetic, where mockery swung a hammer. Grace traced seams with gold, turning breaks into brilliance. The very lines they tried to use against you are becoming the gilded architecture of your credibility. They didn't only dislike your placement, they sneered at the wisdom that placed you. They mocked fairness, order, justice, the throne of balance itself. What happens when people mock order? The cosmos does not debate, it corrects. Imagine a courtroom where the guilty jeer at the bench, confident that comedy equals immunity. Their whispers slink through corridors as if statute were suggestion. Yet verdicts are not rewritten by punchlines, and the gavel does not need applause. No weapon that is formed against thee shall prosper, and every tongue that shall rise against thee in judgment thou shalt condemn. Isaiah 54:17. Condemnation here isn't your rage, it's the slow arrival of reality receipts. Timelines, contradictions reading itself aloud. While they taunted, you endured. While stones flew, you gathered them and built. Where they tried to strip dignity, you wore silence like armor discipline, not defeat. They mistook restraint for guilt. Patience has now done what their attacks could never prevent. It has proved you right. Mockery is the last tool of the powerless. If they could have outworked you, they would have. If they could have outlived you, they'd have tried. If they could have matched your presence, they would have rehearsed it. With capacity lacking, they selected ridicule, a recycled insecurity that describes them more than it defines you. A single scene from sacred art captures this reversal. In Gregorio Allegri's Miserere, a lone treble line climbs above a tapestry of voices, not to dominate, but to illumine the harmony beneath it. When a counterfeit voice tries to mimic the ascent, the piece destabilizes. When the true line returns, the harmony settles and the room exhales. Your assignment functions like that treble line. It doesn't crush, it clarifies. Where imitation reaches for spotlight, vocation restores pitch. Still, a human question lingers. Will they ever admit what they did? Will apologies arrive? Will the record be set straight by their lips? Many won't. Pride thickens, delusion calcifies. Yet confession can arrive through collapse. Losses become apologies that the mouth refuses to form. Silence, once loud with verdicts, turns into evidence of humiliation. Justice often sounds like stress fractures in a lie subtle at first, then impossible to ignore. Meanwhile, the inner sciences of your resilience keep working. In psychology, this is affect regulation, the capacity to absorb volatility without surrendering your core. In physics, it's coherence. Your signal holds amid noise because the source remains stable. In architecture, it's load path. Weight is transferred into foundations, not into facade. Their project was optics. Yours is engineering. Outcomes will always reveal the difference. If the world needs a simple citizen's parable, hear Ava's. She is a first-year paramedic who carries a calm voice in ambulances at 3 a.m. A clique at the station called her too quiet. then rolled eyes when families asked for her by name. One night, a multi-car collision hit the county. Ava triaged without spectacle, documented every metric, stabilized a child whose pulse had dipped to a whisper, and later wrote the report that aligned agencies and timelines. No billboard announced it. A supervisor read the logs, then quietly reassigned leadership on training nights. The mockers didn't resign, they just stopped laughing. In data terms, noise dropped, signal held. So what is left for you to do? Not to chase their downfall. Gravity has its own schedule, but to keep walking with a cadence learned in the hush between storms. Refuse rehearsal for roles you were never given. Release rooms that prefer performance to truth. Bless without bending into pretense. And guard that inner conversation where 4 lantern questions keep the path bright. Will you rule your gift, or let the crowd curate it? Will you wear names you never agreed to? Will you translate calling into choreography to be palatable? Will you trade endurance for applause? This is not bravado. It is placement. The universe has ruled. You were chosen. They were not. That is not cruelty. That is clarity. Their mockery was the loudest proof that you carry what they lack. And their resistance, the clearest sign that investment rests on your life. Reality has already rendered its judgment. The signature is dry. The seal holds. You stand where you stand, not by algorithm or clique, but by decree. The stone which the builders refused is become the headstone of the corner. Psalm 118-22. Rise now. Lift your head without hurry. Walk into assignments with the poise of one who knows the blueprint isn't up for public vote. Speak when needed with facts and mercy. Work when unobserved with the same precision. Rest without apology. Because rest is part of the mandate. Their laughter was never power, it was panic. Their rumors were never truth, they were masks. Your role is not to argue with masks, but to move through rooms until only faces remain. Step forward. Chosen one. Carry the light that unsettles counterfeit order and heals the honest. The gavel has fallen, and it falls in your favor. They did not merely want you criticized. They wanted you ruined because your innocence lit the corners where their decay hid. The guilty never fear lies. They fear a clean presence that makes concealment impossible. You were never the threat because of wrongdoing. You were the threat because none could be found. That single difference turned envy into open war. Your calm made their turbulence audible. Your steady pulse exposed their frantic tempo. And your clean hands, he that hath clean hands, and a pure heart, Psalm 24-4, stood like a lamp in a basement full of leaking stories. The frenzy around you was not random, it was strategy. A circle formed, not because you howled, but because you didn't. Stillness offended them. Peace sounded like indictment. You would not join the chorus that kept their chaos humming. And so they tried to make noise the judge. Yet, whoever walks in integrity walks securely. Proverbs 10-9. ESV. And security, held long enough, starts to read like evidence. Your refusal to wrestle in the mud collapsed their scaffolding of excuses, the moment blame met a life without matching stains. Its weight fell back on the accusers. You didn't have to argue, merely existing in truth told the story they had spent years burying. A set of questions rises quietly in the ribcage and does not go away. Where did your peace learn to breathe under pressure? Which memory tries to convince you that gentleness is weakness? What name did they paste on your forehead that never belonged to you? And when the next accusation arrives, how will you keep your pulse from becoming their metronome? They needed you dirty anything to justify the sludge already swirling around their ankles. purity threatened to unravel the whole narrative. So Bite appeared, cornering, prodding, the cunning setup designed to make you snap. You did not. That restraint infuriated them. Escalation followed, exaggerations, staged scenes, a villain's mask painted with your features. The goal was annihilation, credibility erased, influence buried, honor stripped. But speed is not lifespan. Blessed are those who are persecuted for righteousness' sake. Matthew 5:10 carries a promise that outlives headlines. They went digging for dirt and sank into their own pit. Mud does not care who stirred it first. Creation keeps preaching your story with images they never studied. In high forests, a sequoia's cones open widest. After fire, the very heat meant to destroy becomes the signal to release seed. On wind-polished cliffs, the alpine ibex stands sure-footed where panic would slip. Balance is not loud, but it is sovereign. Across transparent wings, the glass-wing butterfly moves with a kind of holy invisibility. The world sees through the wing, yet cannot deny the flight. And down in the soil, a cicada emerges after long silence. Timing written in its bones, delay is not denial when the clock is underground. Your innocence has that kind of timing, that kind of balance, that kind of release. Be not deceived, God is not mocked, for whatsoever a man soweth, that shall he also reap. Galatians 6-7. The field is answering now. The universe does not argue with rebellion, it issues correction. You can hear it in subtle places. First, the tremor in the voice that once mocked. The edits that begin creeping into their stories. The way timelines trip over chat logs and receipts. Silence becomes a mirror turned back on them. The same rooms that cheered the smear now press their lips thin and avert their eyes. Vengeance is not your assignment. Vengeance is mine. I will repay, saith the Lord. Romans 12:19. And repayment rarely asks your permission to begin. By way of clear transition, meet Selwyn, a compliance manager praised for impeccable standards and a talent for tidy reports. He cultivated anonymous tips, pressured junior staff to fix phrasing, and floated suggestive doubts about your work. For a season, the narrative held. Then a forensic review aligned metadata with meeting minutes and found the edits' timestamps, deletions, and a private message where he wrote, "Make it look inconsistent." Certification authorities suspended his license pending investigation. A client terminated a contract. The firm's board moved him to unpaid leave. The irony he never planned for, the policy he weaponized became the rule that unseated him. Actions write their own affidavits. Where does this leave you? Not in a courtroom of noise, but in a sanctuary of steady steps. No weapon that is formed against thee shall prosper. Isaiah 54:17 was never a pass to grandstand. It is oxygen for patience. Keep your documents. Keep your dates. Speak once, clearly, with verifiable fact. And let time do what time does best. Peel the mask from a lie without tearing your hands in the process. Your restraint is not emptiness, it is discipline. Your quiet is not absence, it is testimony. And testimony does not need to shout, it needs to endure. Another set of questions steadies the path forward. Which boundaries must stay firm so your peace remains intact? Where will you place your attention so their storm does not rent space in your mind? What daily practice will keep your conscience bright? And how will you celebrate small proofs of justice without letting triumph turn into taunting? The scales are tilting, not because you performed perfection, but because innocence refused to bend. Justice is no longer whispering, It has taken a breath and begun to roar. Their mockery was never power, it was panic. Their gossip was never truth, it was camouflage. Their aggression was never about you, it was about their fear that light would make rot visible, and it has problem. You are not here by luck or politics. You are here because a mandate outlasted a smear. Lift your head. Chosen one. Step forward like a verdict already read. A name already cleared. A future already purchased by faithfulness. Walk steady. Work clean. Refuse the chorus. Rise now with holy, calm and unarguable evidence, because the roar you're hearing is not chaos, it's justice finding its voice. The quiet you lived through was not neglect, it was a docket filling. Silence did not stamp approval on their schemes, it signaled a case being built so airtight no loophole could breathe. They mistook stillness for surrender and imagined delay as permission. Yet when heaven goes quiet, it does not go blind, for nothing is secret that shall not be made manifest. Luke 8:17. The hush was a courtroom without spectators. The pen moving steadily, while every whisper, every counterfeit handshake, every smile hiding a blade was logged with time, place, and witness. Picture an offshore barometer dropping while the surface looks harmless, no whitecaps, no thunderheads, and yet the pressure gradient is already shifting the deep. That's what circled you, not emptiness, but compression. Patience here was not absence, it was precision. Step in too soon, and your strength gets mislabeled as rescue. Wait until the pattern reveals itself, and resilience becomes incontestable. For the vision is yet for an appointed time, though it tarry. Wait for it, because it will surely come. Habakkuk 2-3. The interval they mocked as inactivity was actually an audit. A forensic chain of custody on truth. You endured without snapping, without staining your hands, without letting their chaos tune your heartbeat. That endurance changed the physics of the room. Lies raced ahead like foam, truth moved like a deep current, and deep current wins the coastline. A pair of questions rises now like buoys on that water. Which part of your spirit learned to breathe below the noise? And which labels pasted on you by impatient observers must be peeled off before you step into the next assignment? Their relief during the lull was misread as freedom. They walked deeper into their own file, adding entries with each performance. Assuming the silence meant the record was closed, but the ledger was still open. And a second pair of questions steadies your steps. When the storm makes landfall, will you answer with facts or with fury? And how will you guard your peace so verdicts don't drag you back into battles already decided? Be sure your sin will find you out. Numbers 32-23 is not a threat tossed into the wind. It is the inevitability of a pattern colliding with proof. To make this clear in street-level terms, meet Rena, a night shift inventory lead at a mid-size warehouse. She is ordinary by every loud metric and exceptional by the quiet ones' accurate counts. Clean transfers, gentle notes to new hires. A small clique disliked her calm. They floated rumors that she doctored numbers to make her team look flawless. Management watched silently for months, no memos, no fireworks. Then came the time-stamped scan logs, the camera angles, the forklift telematics, the handover sheets that matched to the item. The silence had been an audit. The report landed on a Thursday, Rena's record spotless. The clique caught swapping labels across pallets. 2 suspensions. 1 termination. A mandatory retraining protocol for the rest. No gloating. No speech. Just correction, precise and final. Creation itself has been staging parables for you. In materials, science. Creep under sustained load reveals weak alloys over time. Counterfeit character fails in slowness, not in spectacle. In thermodynamics, latent heat builds invisibly before phase change. Ice looks stable until a single degree tips it into motion. In acoustics, resonance breaks glass only when the frequency is exact. Your patience kept you off their frequency, so you didn't shatter, you held. In architecture, the keystone doesn't announce itself while scaffolding stands. Once the false supports are removed, the arch that was true carries weight, and the imitation collapses. Be not deceived. God is not mocked. For whatsoever a man soweth, that shall he also reap. Galatians 6-7. You asked why it lasted so long, why the end didn't arrive sooner. Because interference would have let them blame the referee. Time forced the tape to play without edits, stretched across weeks and then months. The pattern painted itself in full color. The same hands signing peace wrote plot in private. The same mouths preaching fairness traded in sabotage. The stillness they jeered at became the seal on their own file. Rope was given not as a gift, but as proof, and the loop they tied in secret has tightened by consequence, not by your fingers. Vengeance is mine, I will repay, saith the Lord. Romans 12:19. You don't have to be the hammer. Truth carries its own weight. Another quiet set of questions keeps your center aligned. Which boundaries will protect your name without poisoning your heart? What daily liturgy will keep your conscience bright while the room recalibrates? How will you celebrate justice without turning victory into taunting? And where will you place gratitude so praise strengthens discipline rather than replacing it? Rest in the Lord and wait patiently for Him. Psalm 37:7 is not passivity, it's posture shoulders low, receipts ready, soul uncluttered. So here is the turn. The wave has reached shore. Not exaggerated, not edited, just the clean impact of accumulated water. Their laughter has thinned into silence. Their confidence has tripped over its own timestamps. Their alliances, strong at noon, have begun to decay like high-entropy states that can't hold structure. You were not forgotten. You were being defended in slow motion. The case is not merely filed, it is active. The verdict is not only written, it is moving. And in that motion, your dignity is not rescued, it is recognized. Stand now, not as a defendant gasping for air, but as a witness whose testimony matched the evidence. Lift your head with measured breath. Speak once, clear and clean. Keep walking like a metronome set to peace. The hush that once haunted you has done its work. The gavel that once felt late is exactly on time. Justice isn't whispering anymore, it's present tense. And you, chosen one, you are still here. Unbent, unbought, unmistakably carried by a hand that keeps records and keeps promises. They imagined you were the one on trial, sitting in their classroom with them holding the red pen of judgment. Each jab, each smirk, each bait dangled before you was, in their eyes, a test of your breaking point. But they miscalculated. You were never the one being examined, they were. The Lord trieth the righteous, but the wicked and him that loveth violence his soul hateth. Psalm 11:5. Every moment you endured quietly, every time you refused to collapse into their script, the spotlight turned back on them, revealing the depths of their impatience, the noise of their insecurity, the weakness of their cruelty. Imagine a magnifying glass raised against you, meant to burn holes, only to be turned the other way, so the sun scorched the hand that held it. That was the irony unfolding. Your silence reflected their chaos. Your calm unmasked their turbulence. A mirror cannot lie. It reflects what stands before it. And in that mirror they saw themselves, which was unbearable. For everyone that doeth evil hateth the light, neither cometh to the light, lest his deeds should be reproved. John 3:20. Their attacks weren't examinations of your strength, they were evidence logged against their own corruption. Have you asked why you had to take so much? Why you were placed in a position of such strain? Because heaven already knew your tensile strength. In physics, when a beam is load-tested, the goal is not to question the integrity of a steel column already proven. It is to measure the cracks in surrounding scaffolding. You were that column. Your calm, your endurance, your refusal to yield were not under investigation. The test was theirs. How far would they go when they believed consequence was asleep? How dark would their choices become when they thought nobody was watching? The silence of heaven wasn't approval, it was accumulation. Your life became a living case study of exposure. Every false smile that cloaked envy, every word masked as wisdom but sharpened as envy, every performance of concern that was truly control stood revealed simply because you stood firm. You were not their student. You were their mirror. And each time they twisted, they saw their own reflection. They could have turned away, sought humility, chosen light. Instead, they doubled down on cruelty, chose envy, swore allegiance to shadows. Be not deceived. God is not mocked. For whatsoever a man soweth, that shall he also reap. Galatians 6-7. Each decision was a seed, and the harvest is already cresting. Here 4 questions stir like fire under the ribs. What part of you discovered new resilience in their schemes? Which names they hurled at you still echo? And why do they echo no more? How many times did their silence try to convince you that heaven had forgotten? And when the mask finally fell, did you feel fear or did you feel release? Their cruelty wasn't random, it was evidence gathered. They thought it was a game. They believed they were spectators of your downfall. Yet in reality, they were defendants in a courtroom they didn't know existed. For God shall bring every work into judgment, with every secret thing, whether it be good or whether it be evil. Ecclesiastes 12:14. The verdict was never about your collapse, it was about their exposure. A modern witness underscores this pattern. Darren, a factory floor supervisor, liked to pose as mentor while quietly sowing doubt about his younger colleague. Amira, he edited her reports, spread whispers about her inexperience, and smiled when questioned, as if protecting her. Management stayed silent for months, collecting logs, timestamps, and witness notes. When the audit concluded, the truth unfurled in full. His alterations were deliberate sabotage. His whispers carefully planted. He was dismissed with cause, while Amira was promoted to lead. Darren thought he was testing her. He was writing his own dismissal letter. Even the arts testify to this irony. In Shakespeare's Hamlet, the king stages a play to test Hamlet. But it is the king who cannot endure the reflection. His own guilt surfaces in the very performance he thought was control. The stage turns, and the examiner is revealed as the examined. Such is the fate of those who scheme. They build their own gallows, step onto their own trapdoors. The heathen are sunk down in the pit that they made. In the net which they hid is their own foot taken. Psalm 9:15. So, chosen one, rise with this clarity. You were never the defendant. You were the witness. Steady, enduring, the mirror held high. Their laughter was not triumph, it was terror disguised as glee. Their smirks were not power, they were cracks in their own mask. The trial was always theirs, and the evidence was always recording. And the verdict? They failed. You stand, and standing is your testimony. Lift your head, walk forward. Let your resilience preach louder than their mockery. The case is closed, and your endurance is the proof. They made you their scapegoat, convinced that casting you out would cleanse their stains. They thought breaking you would baptize them in innocence, that hurling you into the wolves' den would pacify their own demons. But what did they actually achieve? They wrote their guilt in permanent ink. Woe unto them that call evil good, and good evil. Isaiah 5:20. That is the banner flying over their actions. Chosen one. They didn't simply mistreat you, they sacrificed you on the altar of their own ego. They twisted your silence into guilt, your strength into arrogance, your discernment into rebellion. What they labeled justice was nothing more than envy in ceremonial robes. When wolves can't suppress their hunger, they invent a lamb to blame for the blood. That was their tactic. They needed someone to burn, someone to erase, someone to pin their failures on. And you were chosen not because of guilt, but because you were safe enough not to retaliate. That was their mistake. Innocence irritates corruption. Clean hands expose unwashed ones. Blessed are the pure in heart, for they shall see God. Matthew 5-8. Every time you refused to enter their mud pit, you became more intolerable to their shadows. Have you ever asked in the dark, why me? Why was I the one marked for destruction? The answer is jagged but liberating. Because your kindness revealed their cruelty. Because your restraint unmasked their lack of discipline. Because your clean record left them no excuse to hide behind. They weren't searching for redemption, they were searching for a victim. And their decision to cast you as the scapegoat is now the very rope tightening around their neck. Nature testifies to this irony. A volcano that buries a valley also fertilizes its soil. Fields eventually grow richer where fire once raged. The albatross, forced into exile over oceans, returns with wings strong enough to cross hemispheres. The baobab tree stores water silently in its thick trunk, standing as proof that endurance outlasts drought. And the Arctic fox, hunted for its coat, survives by changing color. With the seasons, innocence adapts, while predators exhaust themselves. What they thought would erase you has equipped you. What they meant as burial has become planting. Scripture anchors this reversal. The stone which the builders refused is become the headstone of the corner. Psalm 118-22. Your rejection is being relayed as foundation. They wanted to discard you, but in discarding, they revealed their own cracks. Their mockery was never a verdict against you, it was an indictment of them. And because every story requires a clear villain. Hear this example. Mallory, a mid-level non-profit director, loved to appear as champion of fairness while funneling blame downward. When a financial audit neared, she pinned inconsistencies on an intern quiet, diligent, unlikely to protest. Memos were drafted, accusations whispered, but auditors followed digital trails, timestamps, signatures, author IDs. The truth surfaced. She had edited the files herself. Contracts dissolved. Donors withdrew. And Mallory resigned under scandal. Her attempt to create a scapegoat became the noose of her own downfall. Your tears, your insults absorbed. Your betrayals swallowed, none of it vanished. Pain became evidence. Each entry in heaven's ledger added weight to their debt. For God shall bring every work into judgment, with every secret thing. Ecclesiastes 12:14. Silence did not protect them, silence documented them. The stillness they mocked was the universe's most dangerous move, giving them enough rope to hang themselves. A chorus from Handel's Israel in Egypt once thundered. He sent a thick darkness over all the land. Darkness was not absence, it was judgment, cloaking Egypt before release came for Israel. In the same way, your silence was not weakness, it was discipline while justice gathered momentum. Vengeance is mine, I will repay, saith the Lord, Romans 12:19. And repayment has already begun. Sorais. Chosen one. Stand not as their victim, but as their verdict. Walk with dignity that does not need retaliation. Speak truth when needed. But let your survival itself be the loudest sermon. Their scapegoat has become their spotlight. Their plot has become their debt. And their downfall, that is the confession they refuse to speak. Lift your head. Step forward. The case is closed. The ledger balanced. And justice is roaring in your favor. They built their name on your wounds, as though your suffering were a stepping stone to their stage. Each time they dragged your story through the mud, they collected applause. Each humiliation became a headline. They turned your pain into their platform, your silence into their stage, your scars into their scripts. They strutted as heroes, victims, and sages all at once, feeding on your humiliation and mistaking manipulation for truth. Woe unto them that build a town with blood and establish a city by iniquity. Habakkuk 2:12. Reputation built on injustice is an unstable structure. It creaks while it climbs and collapses when weight shifts. They didn't just try to break you, they commodified you. They siphoned credibility off your name, thinking it would make them untouchable. But manipulation ages like milk. A question begins to echo in your chest. How long can a mask stay on before it suffocates its wearer? And another follows. When the applause fades, what happens to the hands that built their fame on another's ruin? The lip of truth shall be established forever, but a lying tongue is but for a moment. Proverbs 12:19. Nature itself is preaching your reversal. A glacier may seem still while carving valleys beneath. Its power is silent but irreversible. The strangler fig rises by wrapping another tree. But in time, its own weight hollows the host and itself. The firefly glows to attract mates, but also predators. The same light used to lure becomes the beacon of vulnerability. And the Venus flytrap snaps shut on a trigger, only to digest what it invited. Predators often dine on their own tactics. These living metaphors testify, dishonor may appear to flourish, but it is sowing the seed of its own undoing. Be sure your sin will find you out. Numbers 32-23. The universe is flipping the script in real time. The castles they built on your name are collapsing under their own weight. Their applause is fading, their audience restless. Their alliances unravel like poorly woven fabric. And as the cracks show, you may hear a whisper inside. Why did people believe them? Why did no one question their story sooner? Because manipulation works for a season, but fruit reveals its tree. A good tree cannot bring forth evil fruit. Matthew 7:18. The outcomes are starting to betray the image, even in the everyday world. This truth surfaces. Yvette, a shy community volunteer, was undermined by a local organizer who branded her ideas as his own. publicly criticizing her naivete while quietly harvesting her work. For months, his profile soared. But when the grant auditors visited, timelines, email trails, and community feedback aligned with Yvette's fingerprints, his funding collapsed. His board resigned, and Yvette was invited to lead the program she conceived. He built his reputation on her pain and discovered the foundation was sand. Sacred art also foreshadows this. In Bach's St. Matthew Passion, a single alto aria mourns betrayal while a complex chorus swirls. At first the betrayers seem to overpower the theme, but gradually the solitary voice ascends, unbroken, and the choir fragments into dissonance. This is not merely music, it is a map of reversal, where the exploited rises and the exploiters fall apart under their own noise. The stone which the builders refused is become the headstone of the corner, Psalm 118-22. Another question hovers like a lighthouse beam. What will you do with vindication when it comes taunt or testify? And still another, which parts of your story will you share to heal others, rather than to humiliate those who harmed you? These questions do not indict you. They guide you into stewardship of a comeback written without revenge. Silence was not weakness, it was strategy. You did not have to fight for vindication, you did not have to clap back. The universe is handling the reversal. And the same rooms where they tried to shame you are the very rooms where their shame now unfolds. This is not coincidence, this is correction. No weapon that is formed against thee shall prosper, Isaiah 54-17. So rise. Chosen one. Your name is being restored organically, not by force, but by truth. Their rotten fruit is falling while your roots deepen. Real favor doesn't need performance. It stands on its own. Walk forward without bitterness. Wear vindication like a mantle of light, not a sword of vengeance. Their fame built on your pain is dissolving. Your honor built on truth is rising. Lift your head. Step into the script rewritten for your favor. The universe was never neutral. It was never waiting to decide whether you were worthy or guilty. It was watching, recording, timing, allowing every whisper, every plotted scheme, every blade hidden behind a smile to inscribe itself in a permanent ledger. For nothing is secret that shall not be made manifest, neither anything hid that shall not be known. Luke 8:17. Patience wasn't weakness, it was precision. It was heaven handing them enough rope to strangle their own credibility while you stood still. You once mistook stillness for uncertainty. In the ache of betrayal you may have whispered, "Was I somehow deserving of this?" Is heaven weighing both sides? Yet from the first moment there was no question. Timing was never hesitation, it was strategy. The Lord shall fight for you, and ye shall hold your peace. Exodus 14:14. Like a chess master letting an opponent march pawns forward, thinking they are winning. Each move only positioned them closer to checkmate. Delay isn't denial. Delay is architecture, the way a cathedral's hidden buttresses bear weight until the dome can rise. It's physics, the slow build of potential energy before release. It's psychology, the long arc of exposure that reveals character under stress. Their trap was not your prison, it was their evidence file. As they built their false power structures, they stacked bricks on the wall of their own downfall. He made a pit and digged it, and is fallen into the ditch which he made. Psalm 7:15. Nature tells this story too. The jaguar stalks silently, not because it doubts, but because its stillness is the shape of power. When it moves, the strike is clean. Deep ocean trenches form under immense pressure. But that pressure also births new islands. Delay is not emptiness. It's creation unseen. The eucalyptus, in dry seasons, drops its bark to expose a smooth surface, so fires pass without catching patience as protection. The snow leopard disappears into the white, not to retreat but to prepare the leap. In the same way, your patience disguised your positioning, their noise disguised their unraveling. Be not deceived, God is not mocked, for whatsoever a man soweth, that shall he also reap. Galatians 6-7. They mistook patience for permission, because no lightning struck mid-lie. Every false word was another brick in their own collapse. And now, the scales have tipped. Their carefully curated images rot in the light. Their alliances unravel like seams in rotten cloth. Their false power structures are crumbling, their influence, like ice under a rising sun, is thinning into water. Perhaps you've asked in the quiet, why didn't it end sooner? Why was I left standing in so much unfairness? Why didn't intervention arrive when I cried out? Because justice that comes too quickly can be called bias. Justice that arrives after exposure becomes undeniable. The weight you carried was not to test you, but to reveal them fully. For the vision is yet for an appointed time, though it tarry. Wait for it. Habakkuk 2.3. Waiting turns suspicion into evidence and evidence into verdict. The reversal is also visible in everyday life. Idris, an unknown municipal engineer, spent years designing flood protections while his department head took credit. Each audit delay felt like neglect. When the rains came, only Idris's section held. The credited boss's sections failed, and the paper trail showed who had done the real work. The head resigned, Idris was promoted and publicly thanked. Silence had been strategy, delay had been documentation. In sacred art, this pattern sings. In Pergolesi's Stabat Mater, a fragile soprano line stretches over a churning continuo. At first, the tension seems endless. But at the climax, the bass resolves and the line soars triumphant. Patience becomes victory's overture. No weapon that is formed against thee shall prosper. Isaiah 54-17 is not a slogan, it is a structural truth. Schemes collapse under their own load-bearing contradictions. So stand, chosen one. You no longer have to plead your case. The verdict is written. The same silence that once gave them room is now the silence that buries them publicly. Completely, permanently. Lift your head. Step forward into vindication without venom. Walk with the calm of one whose foundation has held through the tremors. The scales have shifted, the checkmate is set, the balance is broken in your favor. Rise now, your endurance is the evidence. Your survival, the sentence. Your future, the proof. They weren't waging war on your present, they were terrified of your future. They didn't swing at who you were, they struck at the shadow of who you were becoming. A shadow too powerful for their illusions to survive. Before I formed thee in the belly I knew thee, and before thou camest forth out of the womb I sanctified thee. Jeremiah 1-5. That verse isn't sentiment, it's blueprint. They glimpsed flashes of the healed, elevated, unstoppable version of you, and it set their stomachs turning. Your potential was a mirror for their stagnation. Your quiet ascent rattled their scaffolding of control. Fear does not fight what is. Fear fights what is coming. That's why their attacks felt relentless. They weren't punishing mistakes, they were preemptively striking destiny. They sensed the fire before you felt the flame. They saw the platform before you stepped onto it. The light shineth in darkness, and the darkness comprehended it not. John 1-5. Darkness can't comprehend growth, so it tries to suffocate it. The seed barely breaks the soil, and panic erupts about the size of the tree it might become. That's how they treated you. They saw strength forming quietly beneath the surface, and rushed to cut you down before you could grow. They spread rumors, twisted truths, manufactured drama to choke your credibility before fruit could appear. A question rises like a drumbeat. How much of their war was about you at all? And how much was about their terror of what they saw in your horizon? Another follows. Which parts of you are already standing tall beyond their reach while you're still measuring your own height? Nature preaches this reversal constantly. The baobab starts as a sapling but grows into a living reservoir, storing water enough to outlast drought. The kestrel hovers seemingly still, but is mapping currents, waiting for precision to strike. The desert rose looks brittle until rains awaken hidden blooms, and the Atlantic puffin burrows underground for years, surfacing when its wings are ready for open sea. Burial and planting share the same posture until the seed breaks ground. Except a corn of wheat fall into the ground and die. It abideth alone, but if it die, it bringeth forth much fruit. John 12:24. They thought they were ending you. They were preparing your unveiling. Their schemes became their own exhaustion, their arsenal empty while your roots deepened. Your patience exposed their panic. Your silence became a megaphone for their noise. No weapon that is formed against thee shall prosper. Isaiah 54:17. Each rumor they flung was a rehearsal for your resilience. Each trap was an accidental stage for your testimony. A third question stirs in your chest. If their efforts to erase you built the platform you stand on, what will you build on it? Retaliation or restoration? And a fourth. How will you inhabit the power they feared without replicating the cruelty they showed? A real-world echo underscores the pattern. Leora, an unknown textile designer in a coastal town, quietly patented a sustainable dye technique. A larger firm dismissed her as naive and leaked partial drafts of her idea to discredit her before launch. She stayed silent, kept refining. When her full process debuted at an international expo, the firm's copycat version was exposed under lab tests, and buyers left en masse for Leora's authentic product. Their preemptive strike had built the global stage she needed. Sacred art carries the same melody. In Haydn's The Creation, the chaos of the overture gradually yields to a single bright chord, and there was light. Tension becomes unveiling. Darkness can delay but not delete a rising chord. Many are the afflictions of the righteous, but the Lord delivereth him out of them all. Psalm 34:19. They tried to assassinate your reputation before your platform could rise. Yet every lie, every betrayal, every attempt to bury you built the stage for your unveiling. You rise not by clapping back, not by forcing revenge, but by existing as undeniable proof that no scheme prospered. Your rise itself is the judgment. Your success is the rebuttal. And nothing terrifies them more than watching you become everything they feared you would be. Lift your head now. Step forward into the life they tried to erase. Rise with calm. Rise with proof. Rise with the grace of one who outgrew every trap. They mistook your restraint for weakness, and that misreading became their downfall. Mercy is not softness. Mercy is a signal flare. When ignored, it transforms into a weapon forged by patience. The Lord is slow to anger and great in power, and will not at all acquit the wicked. Nahum 1-3. That is not poetry, it's precedent. They saw you stand still while they ran their mouths, and convinced themselves your silence meant fear. They read discipline as incapacity, mercy as powerlessness. But your silence was never submission, it was strategy. You were never avoiding the fight. You were handing the case to the only tribunal that cannot be bribed. Vengeance is mine, I will repay, saith the Lord. Romans 12:19. You had enough truth to shred them, enough receipts to burn their carefully crafted image, enough precision to flip the script and humiliate them on demand. And yet you refrained. Why? Because you knew restraint can be the loudest weapon. Strength isn't always proved by striking back. Sometimes it's proved by refusing to waste a single strike. In architecture, a flying buttress holds weight silently. No one notices until the cathedral stands centuries later, unbowed. In physics, potential energy stored in a drawn bow is invisible until the release. In psychology, delayed response multiplies impact, what's called temporal framing. Your restraint was a cathedral under construction, a bow drawn, an unseen resonance gathering frequency. They thought you were still. In reality, you were storing power. He that is slow to anger is better than the mighty. Proverbs 16:32. Perhaps you've asked quietly, did they think I was weak all this time? Did they think I couldn't fight? Did they mistake patience for permission? They did. They bragged, laughed, strutted as though they had won. But every act of restraint was evidence stacking against them. Every moment of silence was a transcript written in invisible ink waiting for light. Their foot shall slide in due time. Deuteronomy 32-35. Mercy is not approval. Delay is not denial. The universe does not withhold justice because it forgot. It withholds to give space for repentance. Nature shows this pattern too. The Arctic fox curls under snowdrifts, not out of defeat, but to conserve heat for spring hunts. The banyan tree extends aerial roots silently until one day it becomes a forest unto itself. The volcano sleeps for decades while pressure mounts beneath, and its eruption reshapes the landscape overnight. Patience can look like stillness, but it is tectonic movement underfoot. They used the space to double down on cruelty, not realizing they were digging their own grave slowly, proudly, and in full view of the world. The story echoes in ordinary lives. Matteo, a quiet warehouse worker, watched as a supervisor framed him for mistakes to hide his own theft. Matteo kept records, stayed silent. When an audit came, his documentation exonerated him and exposed the supervisor's scheme. The man who mocked Matteo's calm was escorted out in handcuffs. Matteo was promoted. Mercy had not been weakness. It had been evidence gathering. Sacred art carries the same message. In Handel's Israel in Egypt, the chorus of plagues thunders after a delicate aria of stillness, mercy, then judgment. This is not coincidence but cosmic choreography. No weapon that is formed against thee shall prosper. Isaiah 54-17. When mercy ends, exposure begins. And chosen one. That's exactly what is happening now. The protection they thought they had has lifted. Their alliances are drying up. Their own words are turning against them. The same audience that clapped with them is now questioning everything. Their downfall isn't merely punishment, it's clarity. They were never untouchable. They were simply spared because of you. Now that sparing is gone, you didn't need to destroy them, you only needed to survive them. And your survival is the final verdict. The undeniable proof that their arrogance wrote their own ending. Stand up now. Walk forward with the quiet thunder of vindication. Wear your survival like a crown. Mercy was never your weakness, it was your warning, and now it is their reckoning. They believed delay meant safety. In reality, it was their sentence being written line by line. The universe does not forget. It waits with the precision of an architect, measuring load before setting the keystone in place. The longer it waits, the heavier the judgment falls. For the Lord is a God of judgment. Blessed are all they that wait for him. Isaiah 30-18. That waiting is not softness, it is strategy. They mocked you openly. They whispered your name with arrogance, laughed at your tears, sneered at your resilience. Their whispers were as old as Cain's envy of Abel's, offering mockery of innocence because it reveals corruption. The voice of thy brother's blood crieth unto me from the ground. Genesis 4:10. They convinced themselves nothing was coming. No doors slammed shut. No lightning struck. You didn't clap back. They grew bold. They thought silence meant safety. They mistook delay for disinterest. But delay is not disinterest. Delay is build-up. Thunder teaches this. The sky darkens without a sound, but a deep rumble grows beneath until the perfect moment when the entire land trembles. That's how the universe works, not rushing in to spook them, but waiting until the response is undeniable. Patience was never approval, it was precision. Be patient, therefore, brethren, unto the coming of the Lord. Behold, the husbandman waiteth for the precious fruit of the earth. James 5-7. Patience is the rope the guilty use to hang themselves. And that is exactly what happened. As time stretched, they mocked harder. They recruited others. They doubled down on lies, believing they were untouchable. Every word was rope. Every scheme was evidence. Their boldness was a multiplier of their own sentence. You may have felt the question burning inside. Why didn't it end sooner? Why did they get away with it so long? Was my silence making me complicit? Yet the waiting was not for them, it was for you. The delay ensured that when judgment landed, no one could call it your revenge. The weight of consequence had to be so undeniable that even their allies could not defend them. Nature echoes this. The glacier seems frozen but carves valleys beneath. The viper coils for hours before striking once. Fatal and precise. The baobab tree grows a vast root system underground, long before it rises to shade thousands. Delay is not emptiness, it is hidden construction. He that diggeth a pit shall fall into it. Ecclesiastes 10-8. Their delay was the deep trench into which they are now falling. The story repeats in ordinary life. Miriam, a humble chef in a crowded city, endured years of a competitor stealing her recipes, smearing her online, mocking her restraint. She kept notes, stayed steady. When a health inspector traced contamination back to the competitor's kitchen, her records became evidence. His restaurant closed overnight. Hers was profiled as an example of integrity and resilience. Delay had been documentation. Sacred music mirrors this arc. In Mozart's rarely performed Great Mass in C minor, Along, suspended Kyrie holds on a single tone while the orchestra coils beneath. Then, in one shattering measure, the full choir breaks forth judgment in harmony. This is cosmic choreography, tension before release. Though it tarry, wait for it, because it will surely come. It will not tarry. Habakkuk 2-3. And now, chosen one, the storm has arrived. Their laughter is silent. Their confidence has turned into confusion. The thunder they swore would never come is shaking their foundations. This isn't negotiation, it's retribution. The delay they thought was safety was the multiplier of their sentence. The storm does not miss. It arrives exactly on time. The scales have tipped. The universe is delivering what was always promised. Their arrogance wrote the script. Their actions sealed the verdict. Rise now, not with gloating, but with the calm authority of someone who outlasted every trap. Your survival is the lightning. Your steadiness, the thunder. Your life, the verdict read aloud. Your silence was never weakness. It was evidence written in heaven's ink, sealing their fate long before they realized the trial had begun. Silence is not surrender. It is the strongest testimony the universe can wield against liars. The Lord shall fight for you, and ye shall hold your peace. Exodus 14:14. They mistook your quiet for defeat. They thought your lack of retaliation proved they had broken you, when in truth you were standing as still as a fortress while their storms exhausted themselves. While they shouted, lied, and twisted every detail, you remained composed, not because you had nothing to say, but because you knew exactly who was watching. In that stillness, you echoed Christ before Pilate. He answered him to never a word, insomuch that the governor marveled greatly. Matthew 27:14. Sometimes the loudest argument is made in stillness. Every time you chose peace over retaliation, you were building evidence. Every time you walked away instead of clapping back, the universe documented your integrity and their cruelty. Imagine two fighters in a ring. One throws wild punches, desperate for dominance. The other stands still, calm, letting the reckless one tire out. Every missed swing exposes their lack of control. That was you. They performed. You endured. Your restraint became the mirror of their corruption. Your silence was not absence. It was resonance, like the drawn bow in physics, storing potential energy. Like a cathedral's hidden buttresses carrying weight unseen. He that is slow to wrath is of great understanding. Proverbs 14:29. Perhaps you felt the questions rising like tides. Did my silence make me look weak? Did it make them think I was powerless? How did I lose by not fighting? For a time, yes. They laughed louder, bragged bolder, convinced themselves they'd won. Yet silence does not mean absence. Silence means every injustice was being recorded, every betrayal carefully noted. Be not deceived. God is not mocked. For whatsoever a man soweth, that shall he also reap. Galatians 6-7. You weren't overlooked. You were being documented. Nature carries this sermon. The snow leopard moves without sound for hours before a single leap ends the hunt. The desert cactus stores water through seasons of drought until one night it bursts with a crown of flowers. The deep-sea anglerfish glows in darkness, luring predators to their own entrapment. Restraint is not weakness, it is evidence in motion. They confused your patience with permission, but they were only tightening the noose of their own consequences. History repeats itself in quiet lives. Amina, an unnoticed schoolteacher, endured a colleague stealing her lesson plans, mocking her simplicity. She kept notes, kept teaching, kept silent. When a board audit reviewed the department, her meticulous records exposed the deception. Her colleague was dismissed, and she was promoted to lead curriculum. Her silence did not disqualify her, it qualified her. Sacred art speaks the same truth. In Fauré's Requiem, The Pai Jesu floats above a restless orchestra, gentle, restrained, and yet it carries the heaviest weight of the work. Stillness becomes the most devastating sound. No weapon that is formed against thee shall prosper. Isaiah 54:17. The file is now complete. Your silence didn't disqualify you. It proved who you are and revealed who they are. Their arrogance is the only thing left on trial, and the verdict is not up for debate. Vindication isn't just coming, it's justified. Not because you shouted loud enough, but because your silence spoke louder than their chaos. The very thing they mocked is the very thing sealing their downfall. Rise now. Chosen one, wear your restraint as a crown. Let your endurance announce their sentence. What they thought was your weakness has become the strongest evidence of their guilt. They tried to erase you, but the universe is engraving your name in gold with strokes no gossip can smudge. Erasure is temporary, truth is permanent. The grass withereth, the flower fadeth, but the word of our God shall stand forever. Isaiah 40:8. The universe always writes in ink, not pencil, and its ink glows with permanence. Chosen one, they thought they held the pen to your story. They believed if they erased your name from conversations, rewrote the narrative, buried your truth under gossip, you would vanish like chalk in rain. And for a while, it looked like they succeeded. People turned cold. Opportunities disappeared. Your character was doubted. It seemed as though their false version of you had become the only version. This is what Joseph endured when his brothers threw him into the pit, yet the same betrayal became the road to Egypt, the place of elevation. But as for you, ye thought evil against me, but God meant it unto good. Genesis 50:20. In your life, too, the pit was not a grave. It was a holding place for the script's next scene. They forgot the universe has editorial rights. Every chapter they tried to destroy is being recovered, and not just recovered, redeemed. Your name isn't being cleared in whispers, it's being restored in boldness. The same lies they spread are now fueling the proof of your authenticity. He shall bring forth thy righteousness as the light, and thy judgment as the noonday. Psalm 37:6. The very doors they slammed shut are creaking open again. Not because you begged, but because truth breaks locks they thought were permanent. Perhaps you felt the ache of the question, why did it take so long? Why did I have to endure being written off? Why was my story hijacked? Because sometimes the universe doesn't just restore, it rewrites. It doesn't merely fix broken pages, it flips the script so completely that your vindication becomes undeniable. Though it tarry, wait for it, because it will surely come. Habakkuk 2-3. The interruption wasn't the ending, it was the setup for a rewrite so powerful the liars don't even get to footnote it. Nature itself gives parables of this reversal. The nautilus shell grows hidden chambers before revealing its spirals, architecture of beauty formed in secret. The redwood, after fire, sprouts stronger from its base. The Arctic tern circles the earth on migrations longer than any bird, unseen for years, then returns home exact and unerring. What was erased becomes highlighted. What was twisted becomes straightened in full view of those who once doubted you. Every valley shall be exalted, and every mountain and hill shall be made low. Isaiah 40:4. This pattern echoes in ordinary lives. Raphael, a quiet street artist, was painted as a fraud by a larger gallery that stole his sketches. For months, his name was ridiculed. But when a historian traced a signature hidden under one of the gallery's originals, the truth burst open. Raphael's work was restored to him, and the gallery collapsed in scandal. The same narrative meant to erase him became the headline of his authenticity. Sacred art sings of this too. In Palestrina's Missa Papae Marcelli, a simple chant line disappears into complex polyphony, then re-emerges in blazing clarity. Above all voices, what was hidden becomes the crown. This is not just music, it is prophecy. No weapon that is formed against thee shall prosper, Isaiah 54:17. The pen of justice always outlasts the pencil of gossip. And chosen one. That's what is happening now. They no longer get to edit. They no longer get to frame the story in their favor. All they can do is stand back and watch as your name, once dragged through dirt, is lifted, polished, displayed in gold. Your story was never over. It was only interrupted. Now the next chapter belongs to you, bold, permanent, and untouchable. Rise into it. Walk forward as the living proof that erasure cannot kill destiny. They tried to erase your worth, but the universe is now forcing every tongue that cursed you to acknowledge your value aloud. Disrespect shouted in public cannot be undone with apologies whispered in private. For there is nothing covered that shall not be revealed, neither hid that shall not be known. Luke 12:2. Chosen one. They believed they could dishonor you in the open and then whisper regret behind closed doors. They thought invalidating you before a crowd could be undone with a quiet excuse no one else would hear. But the universe is not allowing that, not after the damage. Not after the deliberate attempt to strip you of dignity while others watched. Like David standing before Saul's court while lies were whispered about him, you were absent from the stage where your character was dismantled. No weapon that is formed against thee shall prosper. Isaiah 54:17. And yet for a time it felt as though the weapon had pierced. Perhaps you have wondered in the silent hours, will anyone ever admit what they did? Will truth ever surface in the same public square where my name was buried? Will I always be the silent one while they speak? Repentance isn't just feeling sorry, it's restoration. They didn't simply wound your feelings. They tried to dismantle your credibility, stain your name, and bend your character into a lie in places where you weren't present to defend yourself. This is what Christ meant when he said, "Therefore, if thou bring thy gift to the altar, and there rememberest that thy brother hath aught against thee, first be reconciled to thy brother." Matthew 5:23-4. The universe demands that reconciliation be as visible as the violation. Nature itself testifies to this law of balance. A river poisoned upstream cannot be cleansed by pouring clean water only at its mouth. Restoration must begin at the point of pollution. A monarch butterfly's metamorphosis is not hidden. It breaks open its chrysalis publicly to reveal the wings. The stone which the builders refused is become the headstone of the corner. Psalm 118-22. That same reversal is what you are living. And this pattern echoes in ordinary lives. Marisol, a little-known teacher in São Paulo, was falsely accused of altering exam scores. For months she endured humiliation in front of students and parents. When a state audit finally traced the discrepancy to a corrupt administrator, the department didn't just clear her quietly, they held a press conference to restore her reputation and promoted her to lead inspector. What had been shouted in public was repaired in public, and her honor rose higher than before. Sacred music proclaims this truth as well. In Henry Purcell's anthem, "Let Mine Eyes Run Down with Tears," the opening cry of lament dissolves into a triumphant, "The Lord is righteous." swelling with full choir pain exposed publicly. Righteousness vindicated publicly. He prepareth a table before me in the presence of mine enemies. Psalm 23:5. Maybe you've whispered inwardly, is this correction about humiliating them? Is it about revenge? Or is it something deeper that heals what was broken? The answer is in the rhythm of justice. Balance isn't halfway. Justice doesn't stop at silence. And anything less than full reversal is unfinished business. The same mouths that mocked you will be pressed to honor you. The same voices that rallied others against you will be forced to point back and admit, we were wrong. Every knee shall bow, and every tongue shall confess. Philippians 2:10-11. They now face a choice: restore what they stole or watch as the universe does it for them in ways they cannot control. Either way, the outcome is the same. You will be validated not faintly, not in shadows, but boldly in the same spaces where you were once shamed. The stage where they mocked you will be the same stage where your honor is announced. As public as the damage, as loud as the disrespect, he shall bring forth thy righteousness as the light, and thy judgment as the noonday. Psalm 37:6. Chosen one. That moment is closer than you think. Because the universe doesn't just repair reputations, it restores honor with the volume turned all the way up. Rise into it. Walk forward as the living testimony that no erasure can silence destiny, and no whispered apology can cancel a public coronation. They tried to erase your worth, but the universe is now forcing every tongue that mocked you to honor your name aloud. Disrespect shouted in public cannot be erased, with apologies whispered in private, for there is nothing covered that shall not be revealed, neither hid that shall not be known. Luke 12:2. Chosen one. They believed they could dishonor you openly and then mutter regret behind closed doors. They thought invalidating you before a crowd could be undone with a quiet excuse that no one else would ever hear. But the universe is not allowing that, not after the deliberate attempt to strip you of dignity while others watched. Just as David endured slander in Saul's court, you too were dismantled in places where you could not speak for yourself. No weapon that is formed against thee shall prosper. Isaiah 54:17. Yet for a time, it felt like their lies had pierced deeply. And maybe you've wrestled with the question in silence. Will anyone ever admit what they did? Will truth ever resurface in the same public square where my honor was buried? Will my worth always remain hidden while their voices dominate? Repentance is not regret, it is restoration. They did not just wound your heart. They tried to dismantle your credibility, stain your name, and twist your identity into something false. Christ himself taught, "First be reconciled to thy brother," Matthew 5:24. The universe demands the same, that reconciliation be as visible as the offense. Creation itself reflects this law. A poisoned river cannot be healed by pouring clean water only at its mouth. Restoration must begin at the point of pollution. The monarch butterfly cannot remain hidden forever. It must break its chrysalis openly. Wings displayed for all to see. The stone which the builders refused is become the headstone of the corner. Psalm 118-22. The dishonored one becomes the crown. And this truth unfolds in ordinary lives. Marisol, a quiet school teacher in São Paulo, was accused of falsifying grades. Parents doubted her integrity. For months, she carried the shame. But when the state audit exposed a corrupt administrator, she wasn't restored with whispers. She was honored in a press conference and promoted to inspector. The same public square that condemned her became the platform of her vindication. Sacred art testifies to this too. In Purcell's anthem, "Let mine eyes run down with tears," lament dissolves into a blazing declaration, "The Lord is righteous." What begins in shame crescendos in public vindication. "He prepareth a table before me in the presence of mine enemies," Psalm 23-5. And perhaps you still ask yourself quietly, is this reversal about revenge? Is it about humiliating them? Or is it about a justice that heals me completely? The answer is in the design of balance. Justice does not end in silence, and correction is not complete until honor is restored with the same volume as dishonor. Every knee shall bow, and every tongue shall confess. Philippians 2:10-11. They face a choice now: restore what they stole, or watch as heaven itself does it in ways they cannot control. Either way, the outcome is fixed. You will be validated, not faintly, not hidden, but boldly in the very spaces where shame once echoed. The stage where you were mocked will be the stage where your honor is announced. He shall bring forth thy righteousness as the light, and thy judgment as the noonday. Psalm 37-6. Chosen one. That moment is closer than you imagine. The universe does not merely repair reputations, it restores honor with the volume turned all the way up. Rise into it. Step onto the stage already written for you. Walk forward as the testimony that no erasure can silence destiny, and no whispered apology can cancel a public coronation.